It's about 8:28. We'll be starting in about 2 minutes. I know. Welcome and thank you this morning for devoting your time and commitment to the implementation of evidence-based practices. My name is Sherry Hartman, and on behalf of the MTSS team, our intent this year is to offer a variety of research to practice opportunities that span the K-12 spectrum. Teams will receive a review of specific evidence-based practices, fidelity tools to support implementation, and the opportunity to formally evaluate the impact of evidence-based practices on student outcomes, and a forum to share your experience with others. Over the course of this 22-23 academic school year, we will be addressing class-wide intervention, Tier 3 problem-solving for reading, response to intervention, secondary writing and reading, and evidence-based practices within a UDL MTSS framework. And for all of our teams who complete a given research to practice experience, a digital badge will be awarded to honor your efforts and commitment to enhance student outcome. So thank you again for joining us today and for all that you do as educators. And without further ado, I'm going to kick it over to my colleague, Scott, who is going to introduce our presenter for today. Go ahead, Scott.
Thank you very much, Sherry. It's my distinct pleasure to read to you the presenter bio of Dr. Santoro. Dr. Santoro is a research professor with the Wheelock College of Education and Human Development at Boston University. She currently serves as co-investigator of the National Lead for Literacy Center and the Lead of Instruction in the Intervention Strand for the National Center on Improving Literacy. With both centers, she works on projects related to professional learning, technical assistance, and instructional interventions for students with literacy-related disabilities. Dr. Santoro is also serving as co-principal investigator on a project focused on the development and pilot testing of Tier 3 literacy intervention, and has served as the co-principal investigator on a series of Institute of Education Sciences research studies focused on classroom discourse, vocabulary, and comprehensions of student at risk of reading and writing failure. She has also taught pre- and in-service teacher and leaders at the undergraduate and graduate level, presented extensively on how to apply evidence-based instructional strategies in the classroom, and is consultant with state, local, and private agencies, including her recent work with the Pennsylvania Training and Technical Institute Network to develop content related to MTSS implementation in the areas of writing and intensive interventions for students with dyslexia and language-based challenges in reading. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Dr. Santoro.
Great. Thank you so much, Scott. And thank you, Sherry, for kicking off our session today. It's my absolute pleasure to be with you. I am excited to talk about the Tier 3 problem-solving process this morning. And then my Pat and colleagues will discuss case study analysis with you this afternoon. So it is a pleasure to really kick things off and focus on Tier 3 together. Just so you know a little bit of logistics, you have access to two documents, two handouts for this session. One is a version of the PowerPoint that I'll be sharing. So if you're interested in the slides and want to follow along that way or have access to the content, you can download that Tier 3 problem-solving PowerPoint file. I also have prepared a resource packet. It's a Word document. This Word document allows you to follow the session today, and it's an opportunity for you to take notes in that packet as we move through the content. Some of the activities that I have embedded on my slides that we'll view in slide view together and talk about are in that resource packet and formatted in a different way. If you have trouble for any reason seeing the things on the slides, that resource packet is a good document to essentially follow along with discussions, activities. And there's some tools that we'll be looking at in that resource packet that will help support the implementation of the problem solving work that we'll be discussing. So it is a key document to have, or at least know is there for you as a resource. So 2 things you're looking for in the materials for the session. For the morning, we're going to communicate primarily through the chat. And so with that, I will at times prompt you to respond. I'm interested in your reflections and your observations, how you're thinking about things. And so if you can participate and follow along, I would love it if you respond via the chat with some insights and thoughts. It will just make for a richer webinar this morning. The chat is also an opportunity for you to reflect and just insert your thinking observations on your own. If something catches you as an aha, you're welcome to put that note in the chat so others can see and potentially converse. And the third thing is I welcome questions. So if there are any clarifications I can make, or if you have questions about the content that I may or may not address, you're welcome to put those questions in the chat. I will pause periodically. I'll pause periodically throughout the session and check in with my Patent colleagues, and we'll review any of the questions that have come up during the space of time that I've been presenting. So definitely leverage the chat this morning. I believe you'll be using the annotate features of Zoom this afternoon, and for that afternoon component of your session, you'll be able to review those so you can engage with that content in that manner. But anyway, the morning we'll use the chat. So for our agenda, I'm going to cover 4 questions and try to answer them as I present the content with you. The first one is, how can that Tier 3 problem-solving process be used to assess and intensify instruction for students with reading and writing disabilities? So there is a process, and I want you to know about that Tier 3 problem-solving process. And we'll cover the steps and then apply that process as we move through the morning. The second thing we'll be talking about today is why language is so important for the prevention and treatment of specific reading and writing disabilities. We really have to understand reading and writing disabilities from a language-based perspective to understand where the challenges and needs are for our students. So I will unpack language and try to set us up for question 3, which is, how can student instructional profiles be used to guide instruction to intervention matching, or to guide the focus of Tier 3 intervention? Sometimes we call that intensification. But I want you to really know how these students look and present, what might come up on diagnostic assessment, which we will be discussing, and then what those instructional profiles can tell you about intervention planning. And that leads us to the 4th. So how can instruction be matched to student need? So we'll discuss at a broad strokes way an intervention planning template that you can use to help guide your decision-making from a diagnostic assessment, determining an instructional profile for students, and then start to focus on where intervention might occur for the students you're working with in the area of need. I want you to know that I have provided in the PowerPoint some additional examples of instruction that matches the areas we'll be talking about today. I don't envision that we'll have time to review those instructional examples, but they're there for you to take away. And I think they're pretty clear, and they match exactly to the instructional profiles we're talking about. If we have a little time, I will give you some preview and you can see what you're taking away. But I want you to know those examples are there, and most likely we will be skipping those to conclude the session on time. We will be moving through basically knowledge to practice right in this morning session, and we we'll be taking a break. I'm going to look at my pacing somewhere between 10 and 10:15. We'll stop and have a 15-minute break. So I'll look for a natural break in the content and we'll be able to take a stretch break there. So let's kick things off. I want to begin with that first question. I want to discuss the Tier 3 problem-solving process, how it's used to assess and intensify instruction for students with reading and writing disabilities. So today we're looking at what we think of as Tier 3 intervention. So considering interventions for a handful of students, just a few students. When we're looking at Tier 3, I want you to think about questions that align with Tier 3 problem solving and instruction. And when I get into the space of Tier 3, the questions on the left-hand side of your screen are the things I think about. I want to know how students are processing language. I want to think about what that tells me about something I label as instructional profile for a student. And then how can I use that instructional profile to select an intervention to intensify an instructional practice based on need? So when we're in that Tier 3 space, those are the questions I'm thinking about. I also want to note that when we are working within the context of multi-tiered systems of support, Tier 3 rests on the foundation of Tier 1 and Tier 2. So as I am problem solving, I am assuming that I've implemented Tier 1 and Tier 2 to the greatest extent possible, with high quality fidelity of implementation, use of evidence-based practices. And when I know it's not working, it really does set me up for a conversation about Tier 3 and how I can think about more specified interventions. And that specificity is something we want to do with a handful of students, right, given the capacity of our system. So we're looking at this from a systems perspective here, and thinking about how Tier 3 is resting on a solid foundation of Tier 1 and Tier 2 and an optimal, right, healthy, multi-tiered system of support. On your screen is the Tier 3 problem solving process. And it is a process with these steps. These are the steps. This is my map, if you will, my roadmap through the Tier 3 problem solving process. I will introduce it now and then come back to it again and again throughout the morning. So the first step in the process is, as I said, you're reviewing your data from Tier 1 and Tier 2. How are students performing? What kind of progress are they making? Are they not making? And essentially for Tier 3, we're confirming that progress that we expect isn't made. And I like step B here is at that point in time, based on progress monitoring data, I want to generate a hypothesis. That hypothesis at that point in time does allow you to think a little bit more about how you will move forward, what you will look for in your diagnostic assessment. So for example, I might generate a hypothesis. The students not making expected progress, they're really having difficulty with writing. And so I want to unpack why they're having that difficulty as I move forward in this problem solving steps. And so with number 2, I'm going to conduct a more in-depth assessment in a specific skill area, or I might administer a comprehensive diagnostic assessment. Diagnostic meaning that I am trying to get a profile of strengths and needs of a student, not necessarily diagnosis in the sense that we understand it. It's diagnostic in terms of unpacking strengths and needs for students. So I can at that point validate or confirm my hypothesis and actually now have figured out from that assessment actual skill areas where I would like to go in depth. Now, at this point, from my diagnostic assessment, I can generate additional hypothesis, meaning speculation. I can figure out and articulate specific skills the student has mastered, what they haven't mastered, what they have been unable to attend to related to instruction. That's all. Hypothesis generating is essentially using your data to form some kind of opinion that may or may not hold up as we do additional assessment. So it just guides your thinking through the process. From 3, we select an intervention. Once I have an intervention in place, I can monitor progress. That's step 5, and continue down through looking at the integrity of my intervention and analyzing outcomes. I'm going to really today look at steps 1 through 4 in great depth as we move forward. I have to say this, when we get into tier 3, this very nuanced, specified area of instruction, this requires all of us to come to the table, to look at this, assess the kind of assessment information we collect, to think about how our students are performing and where their challenges are. It really requires a multidisciplinary collaboration across the board. We need our school leadership on the upper left to help us with scheduling, right? To figure out when we can implement the interventions, for example, that we need. Get into the language component that I'll be speaking to today. Our sociologists, our psychologists help us understand both individual and systems level impacts on student learning. I think of this very profoundly. I come to the table as what I consider an interventionist, someone who is who takes a very detailed instructional approach to problem solving. But I have to rely on my colleagues from school psychology to understand sort of the case study analysis, if you will, that you'll look at this afternoon, or the psychometrics of the assessments that we administer. So it really does require all of us today to think from various perspectives about the students we work with. So it's important that all of you are here, and I was happy to learn all of you and many teams are here representing these perspectives. So that's it. That's the problem solving process. So what is the problem solving process is where we've started. So now let's shift into this idea of language and how important it is to understand language in a very broad way to start to specify and unpack how students have difficulties with reading and writing. And so to do that, what I want to do is share a series of videos with you. I'm going to show you 3 case study videos. And what I'd like you to do when I show each one is when I prompt you to put your observations in the chat. Each of the videos I'm going to share are representative, if you will, of some of the primary difficulties students have with language. And so I want you to meet these students by video. I want you to observe them when I play the videos for you. So how are they using language? What do they sound like? What are you picking up in terms of potential needs, strengths as well as needs? What do you just hear in their overall presentation? Aubrey is our youngest child that you'll meet today. I'll introduce you to others who are able to describe to you what it feels like to be a particular kind of learner. And I think you can learn a lot from how they describe their experiences. I find them pretty profound and touching, in fact. But we'll begin with Aubrey, and then I have essentially 2 other quote profiles to show you through videos. So let's start with Aubrey. I always find it best to, at least for me, videos have played better if I don't play them within the context of Zoom. So I'm going to switch over and play the video here for you of Aubrey. And when I do, and after it's over, I will prompt you to respond with your observations of Aubrey in the chat. So here we go. Let's share this.
Hey,
Hey,
how you doing today?
good.
What's your name? Aubrey.
What grade are you in?
Third.
How old are you?
8.
So, what book did you just read?
Author's Lost Tooth.
Was it a good book?
Yes.
You want to tell me about that book?
Yes. Well, you know, most of the things like that, Author's first tooth, he wanted to come out, and then his sister Violet. It's scared of the dark. She's scared of the dark, and she came, and then she yanked the doorknob, right on the doorknob, and he pulled, and then the babysitter came, and it came out, and then it was a good book. And they had marshmallows, s'mores, tapioca. That's it.
Okay. You enjoyed the book?
Yup.
Okay.
Are we done?
Yes. So as when you're ready, please share your observations in the chat. What did you observe about Aubrey's language? What I'm going to do now is queue up our next video as you start to put in your observations. And yeah, we'll have a discussion about what you're seeing here. Yes, yeah, she's struggling to recall the story for sure. And you can tell, I think, by those struggles and her hesitation. I see here, Nicole's saying processing is true. Thanks, Erin. Erin is seeing the issues with oral language, the whole recall here. She has no clear goals. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. She has no nothing to anchor her retell. Word retrieval issues, there's such hesitation. That to me is just so profound, right? Just her hesitation to recall and to be able to express herself and the story that she read. Anne Marie is saying incomplete thoughts. Yeah, you all got it. This is just so, I think the revealing piece here I want you to look at is the slow, laborious use of language in communication. The oral language is stilted and truncated and just labored. It's labored. It's hard for her to really get out what she wants to talk about. So thank you for there. Thank you, Megan, for pulling out strengths. That's great. She really did. I think she really did want to interact with the videographer, interviewer in this case, and really just struggled though to share the ideas of the text that she read. So you're all on it. Oral language, expressive language, vocabulary, and the limited vocabulary here are all issues. Keep Aubrey in mind as we move forward. She's a student who represents one of the 3 instructional profiles we're going to talk about today. So she does show us the issues students can have with oral expressive language and vocabulary. So just keep her in mind. I'm going to introduce you to Daniel next. Daniel is a young high school student who has dyslexia, and he's going to tell you about it. He's going to tell you about his experience with dyslexia and what it is like to be a student who has difficulties at the word level for reading. I think you will, I don't know, I appreciate his forthright presentation and honesty. He's very passionate. Evidently, I found this video and felt he was very expressive in the way he talked about what it really feels like to have dyslexia. He does talk like a young teenager talks, so he will use some language that we may not use in our professional space, but I think he's authentic. And so it's worth sharing that with you for all these reasons. So let me play a little bit of Daniel, and I want you to think about what his struggles are with language and how are they different from our breed, but particularly pay attention to how he sounds, how he speaks, what he talks about in terms of processing language when he's reading. And so here he's ready here as our next student to consider.
So as I've mentioned in previous videos before, I am dyslexic. I have been asked so many stupid questions about dyslexia throughout my lifetime, and I get it's not coming from any kind of malicious place, it's just ignorance. So what I want to do is give some examples of what not to ask a dyslexic person, what it really is, and how it has affected me. I've had someone, when I told them I'm dyslexic, ask me, so when I look at Arabic, that's what it looks like when you look at English. No, that was probably the stupidest example. There's a friend of mine in middle school who said that, and I remember it to this day because I stopped respecting intelligence that day, and it kind of just stuck. No, I don't actually see a foreign language when I look at words, because otherwise I wouldn't read. I had a bunch of people send me the same stupid websites that have the letters physically moving around and changing. That's not dyslexia either. That would be actually hallucinating. It's not a hallucinating disorder, it's a processing disorder. And finally, for the love of God, my eyes are not broken. People have said this to me many, many times. It's not an issue in my actual eyes, it's an issue in my brain. And no, I don't read slower than most people now. I've actually overcompensated to the point where that's no longer a problem because I read nonstop. So many people have asked me again and again to describe what being dyslexic is like to them, and I always respond, describe what being normal is like. You can't, because you have nothing to compare it to. I have nothing to compare dyslexia to because I've never experienced not being dyslexic. The best thing I can do is tell people what it is, and as I mentioned, it's a processing problem. 2 parts of my brain don't talk really good, and so what results, I don't process the words I'm reading always correctly or something. It's hard. I don't even know after having it for 23 years. I can't exactly describe it to you, just like you can't exactly describe how your brain reads normally all the time. Yes, it's been a frustrating thing in my life. It's incredibly frustrating, if not probably the most consistent source of just mild annoyance since I was about 11 when I was diagnosed. And when I was 11 and first diagnosed with it, people would point at a word that had the word "the" on it, and I'd be like, chicken. Like I couldn't even begin to guess. And I think through about 7 years of therapy, I was able to point to I got my actual reading level. And I was very self-conscious about my reading, and it bothered me. So what I began doing was reading all the time. I read books on 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 books, and never really stopped. And what that has resulted in the long run is this YouTube channel. And so you guys should be grateful for dyslexia because it's giving you this content you're watching, because that self-consciousness resulted in me overcompensating, which resulted in me falling in love with books and wanting to do nothing but read all the time and just be constantly immersed in these different worlds. And sometimes I use audiobooks, sometimes I don't, but it's not a actual physical problem with me. It's a mental thing that does not affect me in any way outside of reading and a little bit of math. But even with math, it's never been that big of a problem with me. I guess a way to think about it is like a computer processing. Computer is getting the data correct, but at some point the data gets skewed a little bit, and it's not always the same flipping or the same thing like that. It's pretty random. Just a quick rant video. No, I'm not looking at Arabic. For the love of God. A few things I've given up on because of dyslexia. I'll never be able to learn a foreign language, which really sucks. I've tried again and again but they never stick, and it requires so much more effort than for normal people that I can't, and that sucks. But that's pretty much it. A quick little tirade about dyslexia, because I just had another person say something about dyslexia again to me today. Don't ever hesitate to ask a dyslexic person about their dyslexia. They shouldn't get offended or anything, but just think your question through before you ask it, please. That's all. I hope you all having a good day. This is the least effort video I've ever made, but I just needed to get this tirade out. Have a good one. Like and subscribe, all that crap. Peace.
There you go. So that's Daniel. Same as before, please input your observations into the chat about Daniel and his experience with dyslexia, but also can you observe just through that conversation anything related to language and language processing? So just load the chat with your observations, and as I see some things come up, I'll read them out to share. Yeah, pretty powerful. I love his candor. Yeah, so and it's great to contrast with Aubrey, great expressive language. So how different compared to the first example? Yes. Yes. I think he shows his intelligence. He has the way he analyzed, right? The way he really analyzed what it is like. Yeah, I love him too. I really do. I think we will share at the end of this conversation the web link. So if you're interested in taking this or sharing it and using it, you can. It just the expressive language here. Something I observe as you continue to input in the chat that I think is so powerful about what he said was it's nothing to do with his eyes. His vision is completely fine, completely normal. What just dyslexia involves is more of how the brain processes language, and he nails it. He really nails it, and it says it's about how my brain is processing, how my brain is connecting. So I think his examples that he shared in a very kind of lighthearted way about different alphabetic print like Arabic or font moving around the screen, it really took it as a way. No, it's not that. It's brain based, right? It's how my brain is processing text. It's not having to do that with my vision. Yes, and I think he's an example of a student who really understands and can express what that disability is like. Really good. Thank you all for these comments. And personal too, Kristen sharing about family members who have dyslexia and what that is like. Credible oral language and vocabulary. Yes, and I will share as those things come in from your observations that my family as well. My father has dyslexia, as does my brother and my niece. And so I tell you, the reason why I'm in education and doing what I'm doing is because of my family story. Really made a difference to me in growing up and wanting to learn about all this. So anyway, I am happy to have you all share in the experience here. One of the things, keep adding to the chat. I'm so appreciative. As I move forward, I want to show you Gloria and Joseph. I want to play a little bit of Gloria and Joseph together. They're being interviewed. They're off to college in this case. They're older, a little bit older than Daniel, I believe. But I want to make it clear that what we're talking about in terms of reading and writing disabilities are universal. Right, they don't discriminate. And sometimes we think of, or I think very stereotypically think of dyslexia, we think of someone like Daniel. And I want you to know that dyslexia does not discriminate. You can be Black, African American, you can be Asian, you can be it does not discriminate. And so it's very important to me to share how Joseph and Gloria experienced dyslexia as they're going off to college, because I want you to understand this is a universal. The way that we look at language is universal. So dyslexia and other language processing disorders do not discriminate. So give me a moment here and I'll make sure we have this queued for you. And here we go. So this will just be a short, oops, sorry, wrong screen. A short video, and it's going to have a long lead in with this title on the screen. Just be patient. Gloria and Joseph will come up.
Yeah. I still have a lot of trouble reading. I think that now that I know that it's going to take me sometimes twice as long to do the reading, I just plan accordingly. I think that the summer after I found out I had tutoring, so I have done some work to try to help me with that, but it's still a process and it's still a struggle. Like sometimes I get audio books and I just plan according, but I think it's always going to be a long and grinding process. So.
Yeah, I still have a lot of troubles reading, writing, spelling, speaking. I have a lot of troubles, but I love reading. Nobody can tell me anything. I love it. I just take a longer time. But now that I know what to do, and now that I got the help that I needed, and people have helped me to know that, look, this is gonna be difficult. I'm prepared for the battle. And I'm ready to take it.
I feel from.
Yeah, just a little bit from them. I also wanted to share this video. This comes from the Sally Shaywitz Center at Yale University on dyslexia and creativity. It's a great website. So we'll share in the chat that as a resource, but that's where the video of Joseph and Gloria came from. And it's just a good center to know about and a good one just to poke around. Interesting information that if you're working with older students, I think it just connects them to others who have dyslexia, who are more well-known, how people cope. Just some amazing stories are presented on that website. So I'm going to talk just a little bit as I get our final video queued up. You're going to meet Michael next, and Michael is different than Aubrey. He's different than Daniel, Joseph, and Gloria in the sense that he struggles with written expression, but you'll also hear some challenges in the way he speaks and presents that. So similar to how we've looked at Aubrey and then Daniel, Joseph, and Gloria, I want you to take Michael under consideration. This is going to represent, he represents just some different challenges overlapping with the other two, but different challenges related to language. So I'm going to cue up that video and play this excerpt from Michael here.
I will write down a sentence or two. It makes sense, but then I write a paragraph, and then it kind of gets confusing. I kind of have the documents on Google Docs if you want to stare at it. But after a while, it's like I just don't convey the thought very well, or I miss articles. I'm always using not a readable, like if someone reads it, they will either quietly just say, oh, okay, this works, because they haven't actually sat down and read it. Like they just read highlights, and like you could skim through it and somewhat get a better idea than actually sitting down and being like, oh, this is wrong. What do you mean in this? And it gets confusing. It's junior year, I think, for high school when you're 11th. Yeah, is that when you have Ruggiano as a teacher. Haha, she's gone now, so no worries about her. But she's one of the people that kind of knows the problem apparently, but was always just saying, just redo it. And that was kind of frustrating on my part. So I'm like, okay, this is my last year of English mandatory thing. I still need to do some English writing credit of some sort. So I thought college writing, and I don't need to do another year of, oh, this is English 101 or what would you call it, mandatory English class. and with that one, it's college writing, and you had to get a certain essay score, which was like 28, and I got like 29, like barely passing. Because I understand the principles, the logistics easily, because selecting the bubble and saying, oh, this is this article goes here, like or whatever the writing. This is what happens when you go out of school for 3 years. You just lose information. Then the worst thing that you could usually do is that you would kind of just like, okay, I'll just quickly do the problem, and that like makes the problem way worse. And that's why it's writing disconnect. I start sounding like a 5-year-old when I am 18 years old, and my teacher's like, I don't get why you keep doing this. You talk intelligently in class, you don't really have problems with what we're saying or doing, you follow the lessons very well, but when you turn in an essay and I actually sit down and read it, it doesn't make sense for your personality, your intelligence, and what usually you convey. Like I could see remnants of like, if you were 5 years old, you would be like this, trying to do a quick hash job of a college writing class, which I thought, oh, okay, well, thanks, teacher. That helps. She's like, we're going to actually see if this is a problem by having you do an IQ test to actually deem if your supposed intelligence that seems to be there is actually there, which was lucky for me was there. And then she's like, okay, we get to just accommodate you, and just like when you do class assignments, you just get longer times to do it. And you just go over to a specialist with the writing disability and just be like, okay, make sure you do over the assignment. And primarily that worked. It helped when I was focusing on the assignment stuff. When I'm out of school right now, this is like, I completely space it, and then I have to sit down and be like, I am slowly typing this to make sure I don't do anything. So I tend to have short paragraphs with emails, and I try to make sure that I appear as informal, because formal writing does it very badly. And that's other things too. It's like I rather talk to people than text people. That's another thing too, which makes me seem very out of place with my generation, because apparently all we do is text and call. Well, not call, but just text essentially. And I think that's probably more. It's probably more my generation be like, okay, I could easily text someone in 2 seconds more than I could call them up, say hello, get over the arc.
So I'm going to stop it there. I think you got an idea, right, of Michael here, and how he is presenting language and language challenges differently compared to Aubrey and Daniel. So again, in the chat, what are your observations about Michael, what you just saw? Where are the language processing needs for this student? Damon, thank you. The hypothesis is spot on. Sounds like possible dysgraphia, so our writing disability. Absolutely. Yeah, he also, what's interesting is though he was interviewed specifically about his writing challenges, he is demonstrating some potential issues with the oral communication and articulation as well. Also some, I would say, not as extreme as Aubrey, but some pausing, and you could feel his thinking at moments when he was word searching, looking for the words to use to express how he is feeling. Yeah, thoughts together, difficulty with articulation. And for me, what I think is so profound is the writing piece. He's even described it himself as writing disconnect. He said, my writing is like a kindergartner. It does not express what I am as a 18-year-old or however old he is. Yeah, I think, yes. And it's interesting. I know Kristen is inferring there that I'm sensing some anxiety, and we can't really speculate, but also something played into him for being out of school for a period too. So it's interesting to unpack. So yeah, keep your reflections coming. I wanted to have that third in there because when we think about language, how we process language by hand in terms of written expression is equally important, whether or not we type or write. And Michael got at that a little bit by saying he doesn't even like to text, right? It's pretty pretty interesting. Anyway, great observations. I think disorganized, he kind of would have some tangents. And one I stopped in the middle of to get us back into the presentation here. So I'm going to go back over to the slides. And what I want to do now is unpack. So I'm going to start to unpack the challenges that we just saw in Aubrey, Daniel, and Michael. And so we'll pick up where we left off right here. Oops, sorry about that. And here we go. So hopefully you're seeing my screen. And at any time, if you don't, my patent colleagues will interrupt me, make sure we get back on track. But let's start to unpack that language. So we're asking why language is so important to the prevention, but also treatment of reading and writing disabilities. So we know that reading is a language-based skill, and that the relationship between oral language and reading is reciprocal, right? A lot of you were looking at the oral language of students because we were watching these videos, these interviews. I think we think about oral language as how intimately and strictly intrinsically connected to reading how intrinsically connected oral language and reading are to the reading and writing process. So knowing that a student is proficient with oral language and connected to reading is something that is very fundamental in terms of what we know about the reading and writing process. I think, to me, when I hear language, I often click to the idea of oral language right away. And that's what this is telling us. But I want you to know that it's much broader. When I say language today, we're talking about something that's much, much broader than that intrinsic reading and oral language connection. Essentially, how language works is we have a set of functional systems for us to process language. We do it by ear. You're hearing me speak right now. We do it by eye. So looking at the text on the page when we're reading. We communicate by mouth, so that oral language part in terms of expressive language is by mouth, and then language by hand, whether we handwrite or type or text, we are communicating through language by hand. So we are operating with these functional systems. Another key piece here is that language is also not a unidimensional system. We have multi-leveled or layers of language. And so to understand where a student might struggle, we have to look from the broader levels of language. And we sort of could see that today with Aubrey, for example, and Michael. We could see the challenges with their discourse. That's a broad level. We dig down and we can look at, are there difficulties a student might have at a clausal or syntactical level? Then we get down to the word level, which is where Daniel, our student with dyslexia, struggles at the word level. And some students have profound difficulty at the subword level. And we'll talk about that. I'm going to put up on the screen the visual for what I just talked about. So the inputs come in from the ear and the eye. So we have sensory inputs. Our outputs are by hand and by mouth. So again, sensory outputs. They help us interact with our physical world, right? Because we're talking essentially as language here is a sensory processing system. They also help us interact with our social world and understand emotions and thoughts. So within the whole context of language as a functional system, we are looking at these multi-levels of language that occur within a sensory processing context. And so here's my example visually of those different levels of language. From subword, you can hear the individual phonemes in the word mud. You hear the word mud as a word. I might look at how words are linked goopy mud, or the pig loved the goopy mud outside the barn. We're now looking at causal and syntactical levels of language, and then following our discourse. So retelling a story like Aubrey did, we were really able to evaluate her multi-syntactical discourse overall, looking at the contents of her retell. So the language that we're talking about today is processing. How is the brain processing language? How is the brain processing speech sounds? That's your phonological processing. How is the brain processing print? That's your orthographic processing. How is the brain processing meaning? Semantic. Sentence level processing is syntactical, and then discourse, connected to the overall text level, the broader context. We're going to talk about these three today. And now as I talk about 1, 2, and 3, phonological processing, orthographic processing, and morphological processing, it's your meaning level processing, semantic meaning processing, I want you to bring Aubrey, Daniel, and Michael along with us. I want you to think about, as I present each of these areas of processing, did you see any aspects of this difficulty for the students we saw interviewed? Well, let's review phonological processing. I have to say up front, I think many of you, I'm sure, know a lot about phonological processing. We've spoken about phonemes, phonics, phonological processing in ways I think that are probably familiar to you. What I want you to do today is think about it as a process, from a processing perspective, how the brain processes this information, sound, speech. So phonological processing is the formation, the retention, and our use of phonological codes or speech. And so it really is this manipulation, holding on in memory to phonological codes or speech while performing some kind of cognitive or linguistic task or operation. We use our phonological processing when we're speaking, listening, remembering. We code things phonologically in some cases, naming, thinking, reading, or writing. And you can see why we talk about phonological processing, phonemes, phonological awareness, right? So much in our field, because they are related and underscore speaking, listening, remembering, learning, naming, thinking, reading, or writing. All of those things have an underlying phonological processing component. So when we think about this, it's a broad class of skills, as you know, connected to oral language. It involves intentional manipulation of the phonological aspects of sound. We want students to be able to understand the internal structure of words from an auditory perspective and intentionally manipulate them. I think this is probably familiar to you, this scaffold, right, from larger units of sound onto smaller units of sound, larger units of sound on the left at a word level. We can break words into syllables. We can break words into onset rhyme, essentially meaning that initial consonant and then the vowel and everything after it. And then at the individual discrete unit of sound, or at the phoneme level. Part of our understanding of phonological processing for students who struggle is where the breakdown occurs. Are students having difficulty hearing the difference between football and football? Does that sound the same or different? Or football and spaghetti? You know, we want students, and I could do a closer approximation, something to football to capture the distinction, but we want students to be able to make these distinctions and to hear the individual sounds in spoken words. Important for reading, important and essential to reading is phonemic awareness. So that ability to manipulate words at that discrete unit of sound, or the phoneme level. And that is where we want to get instruction to occur, as you know. So we want students become able to implicitly and explicitly control the phoneme segments of language. That means implicit is I become so automatic that I've got this explicit control of being able to identify and manipulate the sounds and spoken words where I don't think about it anymore. So we have that explicit to implicit. And we really want students to become able to do this at a conscious level of control, manipulate, substitute, recombine sounds. Throughout each section 1, 2, and 3 for phonological processing, orthographic processing, and our meaning level processing, semantic, morphological processing, I want you to think about your students, and I've included these checklists at the end of each of the sections. I think this would be a wonderful thing just to corral as you move forward in your implementation. These make great observation tools, great tools to accompany your assessment. I wouldn't rely completely on them. You need your data to support. But this is, I think, really helpful for you to think about your students and are you seeing these difficulties? So for example, are your students mispronouncing words? Do you have a student who is always mispronouncing words or trouble remembering sounds, difficulty sequencing sounds and spelling? Are they having confusion with similar sounding sounds? Problems pronouncing and spelling nonsense words? Trouble presenting remembering information presented orally. So if I have a student who has trouble with phonological processing, it will be harder for them to encode and save orally presented information. Also, you have students who have difficulty remembering names, and names is very interesting because when we meet somebody, we often don't see their name in print, right? Hi, my name is Lena. I introduce myself to someone and that person has to remember that name and code it auditorily, phonologically. And so if you have a student in a situation where they have trouble remembering a lot of names, that could also be an indication that there's difficulty with the phonological processor. So I think these checklists can be helpful to you as you move forward in your implementation and your work. So we're going to just pause for a minute here on phonological processing. And I'm going to give you a chance to work your phonological processor just for fun, just as a pacing break. I'm going to keep this slide up for just a little bit. I'll stop talking and let you work on a couple of these activities. The first one's phoneme counting. So for a particular word like spoke has 4 phonemes. If I, hear it in my head, it's oak, oak, 4 phonemes. And so with that word, if that was the word I'd write for. So you have the words ox, thrill, ring, shook, no. Just for now, if you want, give it a try. How many phonemes are in those words? And in just a moment or two, I'll flash up the answers, but give it a go. Work your phonological processor. If you want, you can try the syllable counting below as well. I'll give you a few moments just to give it a try. Work your phonological processor. I've included this here just as a pacing break, something fun. See how it feels to have your phonological processor work a little bit this morning. And I'm going to give you a few minutes to try this. This is also an opportunity to if you want to ask any questions about phonological processing, you're welcome to do so in the chat. I'll give you just another minute here. Now I'll put up the answers. There we go. Let me check your answers. I'm always asked about ox, so I'll tell you about ox. Though they're 2 letters, spelled with 2 letters, That X at the end is what's tricky. So you have ah as your first phoneme. Now X, I'm going to put up my hands and hopefully you can see this. Ah, X is, so there's two phonemes in there. It's tricky. So anyway, I want to give you a chance to have that phonological processor work. I was looking at the chat. I didn't see questions, but you're again welcome if I can help with any clarifications or yeah, any questions you have. So let's go into that second or the second processor. Again, phonological processor, orthographic processor, semantics / meaning processor. We kind of throw in morphological processing with that, and I'll explain why when we get there. So with orthographic processing, I don't think we spend as much time talking about this as we have the phonological processing. But with orthographic processing, we are now thinking about the ability to form, store, and access orthographic representations. Orthographic representations means what is in print. So letters, letter patterns, any kind of sight vocabulary, letter formation, all of that there is orthographic. So we're taking all the letters and we are able to look at the letters to have to find patterns within them, to see meaning. So we're looking at orthographic processing as that ability to form, store, and access the orthographic representations, meaning what is in print, the letters, the letter patterns / combinations. So orthographic processing also underlays our learning, knowledge, and memory. So again, a fundamental thing that if impacted, definitely contributes to challenges with learning. The orthographic processor links to, in our world, we talk about the alphabetic principle. So that's that concept for English and other alphabetic languages to use what we know as an alphabetic orthography. That's the way in our writing, we have the written graphemes or letters that correspond to the phonemes or spoken words. So it is about fundamentally the print, but it also in some manner how that print connects to sound. So we now have phonics in the world here. Phonics now is connecting print and sound together. And so an approach to or type of reading instruction that promotes the discovery and understanding of that principle, connecting the correspondences, phoneme to grapheme, right? Phonological decoding. More recently, we've come to understand orthographic mapping is so central to the reading process. And that's because readers store written words in a way where they can immediately retrieve them. And so how do they get to that point of effortless retrieval? It's through orthographic mapping. It's through the connections we constantly and continually make through our instruction that help students connect print to sound. And so I want you to see orthographic mapping is essentially helping reinforce sound and print, encoding, recoding, and encoding. And so going down the left-hand side, phonological recoding, you can see how both are the two sides of the same coin. I might ask students to read the word man, then they have to take that apart, right? See that word in print, take that apart and convert that word man into component letters. Then I translate those letters into corresponding sounds. And now I'm working on the man, and coming up with the phonological referent man. And then I access that word in meaning. And I need to figure out the context of that meaning, right? Is it my governor? Is it the president of the United States? Who am I talking about when I decode that word? On the other side, the phonological encoding works the chain up the other side. If I ask students to spell the word man, I reverse the process. So spell the word man. You can think about it with me. If I'm going to spell that word, I'm writing that translate it into the sounds. Men is and and then I can convert the and into letters, and then I write the word man. So your orthograph, when we hear orthographic mapping, it's basically the idea of interconnecting these chains of recoding and encoding. And when I do that, working one side to the other, working one side to the other, working one side to the other through continuous practice, it gets mapped. And now I have those orthographic, that reference saved in my brain for easy, immediate retrieval. That's what it's all about. So when we think about students who struggle, we think sometimes and use the expression weakness in my mind, in the mind's eye. So this doesn't mean vision. This doesn't mean that. It essentially means that the part of the brain that codes print, the mind's eye, vision, right, to see the print is weak, mind's eye. So there are difficulties here with spelling rules. Some students have they'll reverse letters within a word. And essentially, why am I reversing letters in a word? It's because I don't have the chain I just talked about firm in my memory, or firm in my brain, right? I haven't solidified the connection I just showed you. Sight word recognition weakness, slow, sloppy handwriting. Sometimes when we problem solve difficulty with students, we want to look at sloppy handwriting, not just from the perspective of, say, OT or some kind of, muscle or formation weakness. I want to think also about whether or not students have clear representations of letters and words in their brain. If they aren't clear in my brain, I will not be able to write those representations clearly by hand. So sometimes sloppy handwriting is not necessarily an OT issue. It is a window into how a student may or may not, in this case, have firm letter representations in their brain. That also is why they might reverse letters B and D. If I don't have B firmed up as a letter formation in my brain, as a letter pattern, I will have trouble producing that letter. And it's very easy to confuse similarly looking letters. Trouble copying is also would be revealing of an orthographic processing difficulty. So for example, if students are trying to copy something from the board, it's right there for them. But then by the time they get it to their paper, in that little space of time, because they don't have those firm letters and letter combinations represented in their mind's eye, in their brain, they lose it in the interim of time. And so by the time they get to their paper, there might be misspellings or skipped word or something, because just in that space of time from board to paper, it's lost. So just help you kind of get a sense of what goes on for a student who has an orthographic processing difficulty. Again, come back to these checklists and maybe compile them for yourselves as a takeaway. So for this brain break, I'm going to take you actually to that resource packet that I told you about. And I want you to look at a part of a lesson with me. So let me do that with you. And let me see here. So I am in your resource packet. And so this is a this is a lesson that I want you to look at from this perspective of how it supports orthographic processing. How does this lesson support orthographic processing? Let's look at together. We're looking at the cover page of the lesson. So it's a lesson designed for young students, K1, K probably, and then grade 1 remedial. Students are learning a new sound. So that letter is T, the sound is T. They're reviewing sounds for the letters C, F, P, and M. And we're still working on first sounds of words. There are 3 activities in this lesson. One's called a writer's warm-up, and that's what we're going to look at together, where students are introduced to the letter T. Then there's an integrated phonologic alphabetic component to this lesson, where students are choosing a letter that matches a picture's first sound. Again, now they're applying it to, they learned the orthographic representation of T, and now they're connecting it to the phonological representation, right? So make T, the name of the letter is T, the sound it makes us T. And then finally, there's a phonological spelling activity where students are writing the letter for a first sound. So spelling begins with the first sound, with letters. So students can write the letter that goes with a word or picture's first sound. So that's the gist of this lesson. It's a short 15-minute-ish lesson. So no, first activity we're going to look at together, it's intended to take no more than 2 to 3 minutes. So I'm going to let you look at this here on the screen. It's called the writer's warm-up. I'm going to get it centered so you can see most of pretty much the full lesson here. And I want you just to spend some time reading it and then find how this activity, this part of the lesson, supports orthographic processing. What are some key things that are helping students really get a firm representation of the letter T in their brains so they are able to recall and connect it? So give it a moment to review, and then I'd love to know what you're thinking. So as you're reading, your question is, how does this lesson support orthographic processing? And if you find some examples, you're welcome to put those in the chat. Yeah, thank you for getting us going, Anne Marie. There's modeling, gradual release, lots of independent work and repetition. So instruction here is really solid. So as you're thinking about the orthographic, Terry, thank you. Yeah, very explicit instruction. So it's certainly going to help a student who will have processing difficulties. And so explicit. I'll do some thinking out loud here and maybe even mark up this. Yeah, I do, you do, we do. Yes, 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 all here. Yeah, I love that. Yes, thank you. Kristen is saying verbalization of letter formation. Yes, so I'm adding in some layers here to support really firming up how students learn the letter T, that visual letter formation that we want them to solidify in their brain. And Ashley's on it too. Opportunities to practice mapping that formation of the letter, right? So look at this, that yes, they're modeling. So they, as you saw, they're watching that letter get traced, right? Watch as I write the letter. So students are getting that opportunity. They're also getting the opportunity to write on their own. But here's something that I think is interesting, is this part. Look down here at 10 and 11, these steps. So students have practiced writing the letter T. Then at the very end, they're asked to cover up, essentially, do you see that? Have them fold the paper, meaning they cover up what they just wrote. And now they're writing the letter 2 times from memory on their warm-up sheet. So essentially folding the paper to cover up what they wrote, and now they have no way to see their letter T's anymore, and they're asked to write 2 T's from memory. That is a key little insight here into helping support that orthographic processing, getting those letters solidified in memory. And they're asked at the very end, look at the 2 T's that you just wrote from memory. Do they look the same? This piece here at the end is so key and so important. I just underlined it, and when I changed the highlight on it. Do your letters look the same? Circle the letter that is your best. Wow. By doing that, what I'm saying just kids is, look at the details of the letter T. Details make a difference. So if you hook your letter T somehow, or you draw a line across the stick, right, that's too long, and then you have another T that's more balanced, those differences are important for a kid who has orthographic processing differences. They've got to be able to study the distinctions. The brain makes distinctions at a very, very detailed level. And so that's one way that what we're looking at now in this instruction is making that difference. So yeah, great analysis with that. And also showing here, I'm not in the right place. Showing here for you, we are morphographic processing, just how important the level of detail is. So number 3, we've talked about phonological processing, we've talked about orthographic processing, sort of the distinction of letters, and now I want to conclude with that 3rd level of processing, the meaning processing. So meaning, just so you know, meaning processing involves a variety of components. It's your by ear, by eye, by mouth, by hand. Meaning processing, I hear, that's listening comprehension. I have reading comprehension. It's my oral expression of what I know, and it's my written expression of what I know. It occurs at the subword level. So being able to look at morphemes or meaning, for example, it can occur at the word level of meaning, multi-clausal or syntactical levels of meaning, and also the discourse. So we think of meaning as, I think, very unidimensional, like we just know the meaning of something, right? We just can convey what we understand. But in this case, it is so multi-leveled. Where is the level of meaning when you express something orally or written? Subword means morpheme in this case, morphological. So at the subword level, if students have trouble with morphological processing, they are just not understanding and have this almost inability to disconnect from how words work in terms of meaning, understanding that there can be base words, roots, affixes. Our English spelling, our alphabetic writing system has developed over time to keep, in general, morphological meaning intact over phonological representation. So we have a morphological at the base word, root, affix level meaning within words. So at the smallest unit of meaning, students can have difficulty. This involves any kind of structural analysis with words. So when we, add ed, what happens to our word formation when we do that? Vowel, consonant, e derivatives, any structural changes to words imply meaning. I think at a very simple example, very simple, and it's happened as I've worked with students over the years, and maybe with you as well. Understanding a story about a cat, C-A-T, is profoundly different than understanding a story about cats, C-A-T-S. It is right. One cat versus many cats is a totally different story. And so these structural changes at this subword level of meaning really can impact student understanding. So I talked about that semantic meaning processing, difficulty with vocabulary, difficulty with comprehension. But as students get older, and we're working with more complex words, we pick it up as students are reading multisyllabic words. So since our younger students in lower grades aren't reading those multisyllabic words yet, and we don't pick it up quite in that way, here's some difficulties you see with your younger students. Using word combinations and sentences in expressive language. Thinking about Aubrey here, putting words together in conversation. Students who have trouble following directions, understanding oral instructions, expressing ideas in oral language, and then oral reading of passages, understanding independently read text, listening or reading comprehension, and oral and written expression. So these are the difficulties you're seeing with students who have semantic/meaning processing. And for our older students, it is at that morphological level. It is at the subword level. So finding and underlying base words and circling prefixes and suffixes, building words from base words and affixes, and you have the rest of the list here. It really like cuts down to all these difficulties with structural analysis and working with words. So another just for fun kind of activity here. I'm gonna really I hope I can get someone to figure this out. But again, a little pause break in my pacing, an opportunity for you to do a little morphological processing with your brain. You have two word lists here. On the left-hand side of the screen are words with ABLE, right? Do you see dependable, expendable, passable, ABLE spelling? And on the right side of the screen are IBLE words, credible, audible, edible. Just looking at those word lists, one side, left-hand side, ABLE, right-hand side, IBLE, what generalization do you see that tells you when you spell the suffix ABLE and when you spell it IBLE? So what's happening with those words? Can you see when ABLE is used and when IBLE is used? Get your morphological processor working. And if you think you see it, I'm gonna and we're very generous here. Any speculation on this is wonderful. And please, if you're onto it, please share it in the chat. Danielle's perfect. Right, we're looking at, free or bound morphemes. It's essentially base or do you have a full word, the full word, the base word there, or the root, right? Except, look at its a full word there. Profit, remark, punish. And then we have cred, right? Cred, odd, clause, viz. So able is on free morphemes, IBLE is on bound. And you can tell by the word, right? We have full words with meaning: depend, expend, pass, profit. It's a full there. And then on the other side, we're looking at cred, odd, whore, which aren't. Excellent. Thank you, Danielle. Thank you. All right. Let me go to one last thing and pull it together for you. So one of the things I want you to understand is we are looking at these dimensions of language processing: phonological, orthographic, and meaning. And we said meaning, we're talking about morphological, semantic processing. This model of processing was developed very early on in our educational world of reading by Marilyn Adams. And I know this model of processing has contributed to others who have also done work to expand our understanding of this four-part processing model. I like to cite Marilyn Adams. It was as an early source and foundational source of putting this all together. It helps us understand how proficient reading works, but also where breakdowns occur. And so you've seen that we have looked at the phonological processor, meaning processor, orthographic processor, and isolation. And I just want to talk through a few quick examples and then put this all together for you. So what I've done, I actually have a separate PowerPoint presentation here related to the processors. Whoops, sorry, let me get out of this one. And I will find my other version of this so we can see. Here's the processor model. And I want just you to sit back and sort of watch how these things interact and how they work. So the way the brain processes language, in the case we're interested in reading and writing, is a connection of all of these systems. I'm going to start with that orthographic processor first. So if you look at the bottom right, you'll see that the orthographic processor involves the reading input, so the text on the page, and it also involves the writing output, right? How I produce text, whether I write or type. It also relies on my memory of letter formations, critical for orthographic processing. So I want you to understand that, really key. Orthographic processor, what does it do? I'm going to put a word on the screen, and I just want you to read it out loud to yourself there in whatever environment you're able to do so. So read this word read this letter for me. It's a D. Look at that one. What's that? Sort of a D. What's that? I'm giving you all sorts of Ds. What I've done here is show you all these different Ds and how they can vary. A student who has orthographic processing difficulties will produce, let's say by handwriting, the D in the upper right-hand corner. The D in the upper right-hand corner is fuzzy and not fully formed. Or if I produce the D in the bottom hand corner, I might labor and death grip my pencil and then make this very thick D. When I'm doing that, fuzzy, sketchy, not quite right, it affects my how I hold that letter in my brain. So in this case, what I did is the simulation does is what I did in that lesson with you. I'm circling the best letter here, the best and the clearest representation. I want students to be able to make these distinctions. I'm going to say that again. I want students to be able to make these very subtle distinctions. What makes a good D, right? What does the brain see as a good D? I want them to be able to make those distinctions. You'll see that as a theme. Okay, read that word. Yep, you're reading the. I'm going to show you another word here in a minute. Here we go. Hopefully your brain had a slight glitch and wasn't quite sure how to approach that word. It's a nonsense word. It's not a word at all. But what I wanted to do is show you that our brains are trained, when we are good readers, to recognize common patterns within words visually, the orthography of our language. THE is a common orthographic linking of letters in our word. Our eyes always are focused on patterns within words, and THE is such a pattern in our language, right? It's such a common word, so that when we go to this word, TQE, our brain hesitates for a minute to know that that's not correct. So that's our orthographic processor at work. Our orthographic processor also connects in some ways to the phonology of how words work. So just for a minute, look at the screen here. We have midnight, baldness, Sydney, kidnap. Just for a minute, look at that. Do you see any pattern happening here orthographically with the letters? What's the same about all those words? Just look. It's the same about all those words. It's this. And interesting enough, that letter combination DN, our eyes, if we're proficient readers, have that mapped, have that in our brain in a solidified way. And how it can help us phonologically is it connects to the syllable break in this case with these words. So it's interesting how the orthography, you can't take it away or pull it apart from the phonology and how we work with words. So a little bit on the orthographic processor. The phonological processor is about language input and output. In this case, language input and output, and we're using and working with speech sounds, unlike the orthographic processor, which is about print and text and memory of letters. So here's how your phonological processor works. I love this. And if you do it in your space there, wherever you are, I would appreciate it. Hopefully you're in a place where you could read these words out loud as I put them up on the screen. That'd be fabulous. So let's do it. I want you to read it. I'm not, you're going to read it, but I will put them up on the screen. Here we go. First word. Next word. 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 Read them out. Word. 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 Keep going. Word. 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 Keep it up. Keep reading. Keep reading. Go. So if you were able to do this activity and read those words, even though they're in print here, I want to test your phonological processor. And so you can see as my words become more complex on the screen, it requires the phonological processor to kick in and for you to decode those words. So some of you, maybe if you got down to the bottom of the list, were chunking those words, looking for letter patterns to help you break things into syllables, but your phonological, despite being an orthographic task, your phonological processor came into play. Word list, by the way, is I took the ingredients off a Jell-O box to make the word list. Another example, so these words might occur in a passage on Alexander Fleming. These might be the key vocabulary words on Alexander Fleming, who invented penicillin in some biology textbook, perhaps. So, wow, I want you to see that these vocabulary words that hold the meaning of the passage rely on advanced decoding and phonological processing to be able to understand the text. So I need to really rely on my phonological processor, right, to decode, to sound out, to attack these multisyllabic words. My phonological processor is here at play, even though these words are in print, orthography, and they hold the other processor meaning of the text. My phonological processor needs to come at work to work here. It's very interesting that phonological processor is a strong processor. In fact, we know from research that we actually can hold onto memory things that are encoded phonologically for longer periods of time than other sources of information. So when we really use that phonological processor, it also helps our memory. So that last example is this connection, the connection between how all the processes are speaking together and why in some very profound way, kids can just have just so many complicated difficulties. So even though if I'm a student like Daniel with more phonological processing issues, they connect to my challenges with orthographic and meaning processing, right? And if I have a student like Michael who has strong difficulties with orthographic processing, with his writing, it's still connected to some of the other processing, though I might need to really explore how his difficulties with orthographic processing are manifesting in his work. The other things are still part of that piece. So with meaning then, once I get the print on the page connected to my interpretation of what those words are, using my phonological processor, we kick it up to meaning. That's your vocabulary, as we talked about. It's your It's your morphological understanding of words at a subword level. And yes, finally is the context processor. I've got to like go up beyond that always to put things in context. The word man is a great example of that we looked at early, like what are we talking about? What's the context for that? Putting in context is essential. And then finally, this whole system works when it's fluent, right? When everything, all those gears are in sync is fluency. I sort of think of fluency as the glue that connects all these pieces together and solidifies them. So the gears actually connect in the right places, right? They are connected and glued together. So that is just an overview here of how all of that works together. So I'm looking at, we're like spot on with our time here. Let me stop my share and come back. We're spot on at right around 10 o'clock. So why don't we do this? Let's take a pause, a pause break. I thank you for the glue at Walmart. Yes, it does. We'll glue our processors together. But we'll take a break right here I've got 10:03. So I want to give you a full 15-minute break. So why don't we come back at 10:18 and restart? I'm going to present now how we apply this information to student profiles. So we've answered the first two questions. What's the problem-solving process? Why is language so important? Now we're going to look at student instructional profiles and conclude the day by taking it to intervention. So how you can intervention match based on the profiles we're talking about. All right, enjoy your break. I will see you back at 10:18. And during the break, I'll just scan the chat here, make sure I answer questions. Okay, everybody, enjoy your break. Got us started for the second part of our morning. So we have looked at the first two questions of 4 that we wanted to answer today. The first was, what is the problem-solving process? What are those steps? And the second, why is language so important? And we looked at videos from Aubrey. We watched Daniel related to his dyslexia, and we watched Michael related to potential dysgraphia, written language disability. And for those students, keeping them in mind as we unpacked language processing and how central language is to understanding student needs when it comes to tier 3 instruction and intervention. And so when we unpacked language, we looked at 3 different levels of processing: phonological processing, orthographic processing related to the print, the text, and the third was meaning level processing. Sometimes we call it semantic processing or morphological processing. So we took those 3 and we looked at the 4-part processing model, which is the model of how all those processing systems integrate to support reading and writing. I'm going to jump back in the presentation and just show you how some assessments map on to that 4-part processing model. And then we're going to get into understanding these student instructional profiles. You're already queued up for that with that understanding, but I want you to really know these instructional profiles so that we can start to match our intervention to those needs of our students. And that will be how we conclude our time. So let me jump back in to pull things together and show you that model again of the 4-part processor, but I'm going to just overlay some assessments, some common assessments onto this model. These are common progress monitoring assessments that are often administered to students. I'm going to move that so you can see to students. So let me work bottom to top. So I'm looking at the NWF, or nonsense word fluency assessment. So if you use the DIBELS or Acadia system, nonsense word fluency is part of that assessment battery. We're having students read consonant, vowel, consonant, nonsense words. So it is the perfect assessment to give you an indication of whether a student's phonological processor and orthographic processor are connected or working, because it involves the print, right? The font, the text, these letter combinations that are nonsense words, and you're kicking into that phonological processing to read those consonant, vowel, consonant word patterns in the text. So it centrally can help give you a window into those two processors working. Letter naming fluency is tilted a little bit more towards phonological processing, which is interesting. I think on the surface, you would say, oh, that's so orthographic, right? Do students know those individual letter formations? Can they distinguish them? It is. It absolutely is. But it's leaning towards phonological processing because we've learned that letter naming fluency is such an overall indicator of early reading growth. And it, in that sense, it captures the early potential development of phonological processing for students, even though it's not a direct measure of it. It's an indicator of some of these early skills. So that's why that one of all the ones listed on, I think on the screen here, acts a little bit different because it's such an overall indicator of early reading. Phonemic segmentation fluency, moving to the left, sitting on the phonological processor, straightforward. We're asking students to segment at the phoneme level words presented to them auditorily. And so they have to, through their phonological processor, through auditory processing, distinguish the individual phonemes in words. First sound fluency sits just around that point. We're asking students to identify the first sound. So if I see a picture, what's the first sound represented by the picture of the sun, for example? Moving to the right-hand side of your screen to the right of the meaning processor, we have WF, that's word use fluency. So it's an ability to be able to use a word in a sentence, for example. So if I have the target word fabulous, I want students to be able to use that word. And I'm measuring, assessing their ability, their fluent ability to use that word in context, right, in a sentence. RTF is a retail fluency, so we're certainly bumping up now into that whole meaning area, right? Meaning retail is a little higher towards context than word use fluency, because of retail, we're putting a story and story details in context. And so you see it listed again up on the top with the context processor. And finally, oral reading fluency is connecting everything. We've learned through research on oral reading fluency that it is pulling everything together. It's essentially the mirror, the window, and how the four-part processing system is working. And so those who are involved in assessment sort of know that you can use oral reading fluency as an insight into the processing of how all of this works for students. So I think the layering on of these progress monitoring assessments that are typically used is helpful. You can use them to gain insight, or you can use them to help you hypothesize about areas of need that your students might have. So yeah, I'm going to pause. Did any questions come in about that? That's a great question, Megan, about Ames Web and if they have a similar assessment to word use fluency. I'm not 100%. So just hold that. Maybe one of our patent colleagues might know and can respond with that. So yes, let me, of course, any other questions, just, let me know. I hope I can answer some. If not, I will certainly defer. We have a great team of colleagues who would know as well. All right, so with that, let's shift to the instructional profiles themselves, because once we get down to this level of detail, we are close to being able to figure out how to match instruction with student need. And so I want at this point to introduce you to Virginia Berninger, now a retired professor from the University of Washington, but her work in our field has been absolutely groundbreaking. What is unique about her work is she comes from a neuroscience perspective, but has also figured out how to translate what we know about the processing components we're discussing today into the instruction for students who struggle in these areas of need. And so a couple resources I'd love to share with you. The first is the middle picture represented there, the graphic, the Teaching Students with Dyslexia Dysgraphia. OWL is Oral Written Language Learning Disability and Dyscalculia. It's the updated version of the green book on the left, and I've got it over my shoulder here in my office. It is fabulous. If you are really serious about this work and you want to do a study group, for example, that aligns with the session today, that is the ideal book. It can become your PLC guide for the rest of the year. You can read a chapter at a time, and I'm hoping that will just add and enrich the content we're talking about today. Just a great text with practical suggestions as well. On the far right, there's a text called Helping Students with Dyslexia and Dysgraphia Make Connections, Differentiated Instruction Lesson Plans in Reading and Writing. So out of some of Virginia Berninger's research came a set of lessons that she used with 4th through 6th grade. And this book is, it's take to your classroom aligned work from the research we're talking about today. My only note about that is it is kind of coming from the research. So I think my read of it is that you might have to do some enhancements to make it classroom friendly for your students. There's some additional trade books that you have to purchase to make the lessons included in that text work. But if you're working with grades 4 through 6, it's something to look at as a potential resource for sure. Finally, I'm going to be showing you sort of this assessment to instruction way of planning for your students, right? Our instructional profiles say this about student need. We're going to match instruction to that need. But to help determine the instructional profiles, you need a good diagnostic assessment. And one of the ones that Berninger developed is called the process assessment of the learner. And it's highly aligned with the model that we're talking about today of instructional profiles, as well as providing that kind of information to you through an assessment lens that will get at an understanding of these students. It's very, very comprehensive and does take some time to figure out and administer. So it's a great for our school psychologists to support us in this way. Maybe someone who has speech and language experience, for example. Another diagnostic assessment that we have recommended to our Pennsylvania teams is the TILS. And I've got that over my shoulder here, the test of integrated language and literacy skills. That is also a pretty good in-depth way of sorting out and finding out the information you need for this problem-solving work we're doing with students. I'm introducing you to Virginia Berninger here because I will be sharing her model of how we look at the 3 instructional profiles shortly. So just coming back to that tier 3 problem solving process, I want you to see where we are in the process right now. So in a sense, we're assuming we reviewed some data from tier 1 and tier 2. The data you've been collecting, right, on your progress monitoring assessments. And you're confirming whether or not students have made expected progress. And in this case, if you're coming into tier 3 and you're doing more in the problem solving process, we're seeing that students have not made the expected progress we hope. Part of B, generate hypothesis. At this stage, I want you to use the what we know about our students checklists, right? The ones I showed you when I looked at phonological processing, orthographic processing, and meaning level processing. I showed you a checklist that could be used. Those checklists could help generate hypotheses, as can your progress monitoring data. So go back to the chart where we overlaid how some of the common progress monitoring assessments connect to understanding the processors, right? And so now at this point, I'm coming into a more in-depth diagnostic assessment to look at areas of strength and need. We can also drill down and you can administer specific skill level assessments if you've got a real good sense. But I think the diagnostic measures really help us sort out what's going on with our students. And I'll give you some examples as we move forward. So now we are going to administer an in-depth assessment. We're going to look and determine what the severity or significance of our challenge might be, and pinpoint skill levels that can help us then generate additional hypothesis, okay, about what skills of students mastered, what they have to practice with more depth, and what they have been unable to attend to instruction. So we're looking for areas of strength and then primarily gaps. Where are the gaps? That's what we're doing right now. So let's kind of do that work. Here's the model I talked to you based on Virginia Berninger's extensive work. I want you to really look at this triangle as I discuss it. First, you'll see a triangle with language. Everything sits in language, right? Language is the border lines of this triangle. You'll see on the very bottom here of the screen that we have morphological, oops, sorry about that, morphological, syntactic, phonological, and orthographic. All of the areas of processing are listed on that bottom level of the triangle. So look again, morphological, syntactical, that's your meaning level, right? I've been calling that meaning level processing. You have phonological processing and orthographic. That bottom part of the triangle represents students who have all levels of language impacted. And let's consider those students, just for conversational purposes in the training, as profile 1. They've got everything kind of involved in that. I think about Aubrey a little bit here. So students with all of these things impacted are considered to have oral and written language learning disabilities, learner profile 1. As soon as we work up to the next layer of the triangle, we look at a learner profile where the phonologic and orthographic is impacted. So just visualize that 4-part processor in your head and see where the phonological and orthographic processor is talking to each other, where non-word fluency sat in the middle between those processors. That level, so when we're impacting phonological, speech sounds, the print, and how those two things work together at the word level, that tends to be our students with dyslexia. It's our learner profile 2. Finally, at the top of the triangle is just the orthographic in isolation. So this would be an example of difficulty with written expression, difficulty getting words down on paper, any kind of written communication. Spelling can be impacted orthographically. So not just necessarily with the sounds, how sounds are put together, but just the patterns and the letters are confused in student writing. So our learner profile 3 is more, tends to be more orthographic in emphasis and focus. And those students we think of having dysgraphia. So I just want to step back and point out a few things in the triangle here. One is it's presented to you based on the levels of language implicated. So from everything to phonological orthographic to just orthographic on the top. Learner profile 1, for the sake of our conversations today, the bottom of the triangle, everything for that student is impacted, all levels of processing. For learner profile 2, it's phonologic orthographic, and you can see orthographic only. So the triangle is layered based on complexity, not prevalence. I'll say that again. The triangle is layered based on complexity of language involvement, not prevalence. When you look to the right-hand side, where I've identified what we often label these instructional profiles, oral written language learning disability, dyslexia, and dysgraphia, you'll see that there's some prevalence numbers for dyslexia and dysgraphia. I have to say our research is still emerging really on these subtypes of language difficulties with reading and writing, and still evolving. But in general, we see about 15 to 20% of our population of students is having dyslexia, or hold for a minute, or phonological and orthographic processing difficulties that are essentially very similar to a student who might be identified as having dyslexia. So 15 to 20% tells me that it's common in some respects to have challenges related to phonological and orthographic processing difficulties. It's just something we see. Just something we see. In terms of dysgraphia, you see that the prevalence number ranges from 4 to 20%, which is a pretty wide range there. Why is that range versus dyslexia? We see 15 to 20-ish%. Dysgraphia is got that range because we tend to not pick it up in the early grades because students aren't writing as much. So we're seeing sort of somewhat low prevalence. But then as students hit the grade levels where writing expectations increase, we now have increased prevalence. So the number there, we're still learning about what that might be, but the range to give you is about 4 to 20%. You'll see on the bottom that I don't have prevalence numbers for oral and written language, learning disabilities, because we're still learning about what that means. And not to add complication, but this is very complicated in some ways, is that our field in some cases has defined dyslexia as what I just shaded. So some researchers, some in the field, feel that dyslexia has a strong undercurrent of some of the language difficulties at the bottom of the triangle, and thus define it a little bit differently than the phonological and orthographic focused presentation. So it does get a little muddy. But I want to say, for you to navigate the system, I generally think it's helpful to think in these layers, these instructional profiles, asking yourself, what aspects of language do students have difficulty with? Do they have trouble with all of it on the bottom? They tend to lean towards learner profile 1. If they have more phonologic and orthographic difficulties, they lean towards 2. Orthographic only lean towards 3. This is not to say that you can have dysgraphia and dyslexia. So it does get complicated, right? You can have some mix here, but I think from the problem solving perspective, go in the door looking for where these different, how language is impacted and in what way, how this all layers on. So that's what I wanted to share. I don't know if you could tell or not, but I love visuals. I like to have something in a visual. And when I think about tier 3 on the upper left, look at that triangle that we've been talking about, multi-tiered supports for reading. That top tier, that top triangle for tier 3 is essentially what I pulled out in this triangle. So that top triangle, when I isolate tier 3, I pull it out, and this is what that top triangle is representing, right? Your different learner profiles from complexity, the bottom to not as complex on the top. In terms of language, they're all complex in a way. Also, you've met our students today, and I think hoping you can see how they would match up. Hope this is confirming. Aubrey would be a student just by listening to her, I think, where we would probably put her, we would hypothesize that she would probably be a learner profile 1 with oral language impacted, meaning level, morphological, syntactical, semantic language impacted. We're inferring she probably has some phonological and orthographic processing difficulties. Daniel self-disclosed as someone with dyslexia. So we know just by that he would fit phonological and orthographic processing as learner profile 2, as would Joseph and Gloria, who were speaking at a conference about their transition to college and the supports as students with dyslexia they might want to consider. And then finally on the top, Michael, though I think, as you probably would agree, there's some other things going on there. He might have other language processing needs. He primarily stands as an example of a student who has true orthographic difficulties. And as he self-expressed, a disconnection with writing. He said, I have a writing disconnect. And I think that represents that learner profile 3 in our discussions. So now what I'd love to do with you is look at these profiles step by step, so you really feel you know them. To do that, I have taken some notes from Virginia Berninger's book that I shared with you, the one I think would make an excellent PLC text. I took out some descriptions from her writing about these different profiles. So I want you to feel comfortable with terms like orthographic, phonological, morphological coding, syntactical awareness at the sentence level, that means that, and be able to look at these things and put a description of instructional profile 1 in your own words. So let's do it this way. What I'll do is I will read each bullet and make some interpretations. And then we'll pause and I'll let you review the language on the screen. And I want you to, in the chat box, when I'm ready to prompt you, to say what is the main characterization of learner profile 1? What to you is the essence of learner profile 1? So let's look at this. Let's look at the language. Let's look at learner profile 1. So again, we're thinking of the bottom of the triangle. We're looking at how language is impacted from the lens of meaning, phonological, and orthographic processing. So Berninger's notes say there are problems with orthographic. So that means the text, right? Inputting text. Phonological, the speech, sound processing, and morphological coding. So that means at a subword level, students have trouble with meaning. At a subword level, students have trouble with meaning. They have difficulty with syntactical awareness, meaning they have trouble understanding at a sentence level. So we give them a sentence understanding task. They may not understand the sentence. They have trouble with that piece of the triangle where the phonological and orthographic processors loop together, and executive functions. So there's a lot. So essentially, right, every aspect of language processing is implicated. There's significant problems with reading comprehension for these students, right? And you can understand why. The whole mechanism of how language is working is challenged. They have difficulty orally reading real words. They have difficulty with morphological awareness, so finding the morphemes at words. They have difficulty with syntactical awareness, sentence level, and word retrieval. Third bullet is the big one. They have oral and written language problems. They have oral and written language problems. The oral language problems distinguish this profile. And we've learned further, in contrast, children with phonological and orthographic profiles like dyslexia often have the oral language skills that are average or better than expected, but these students here in this profile do not. And then finally, reading and writing problems are probably related to oral language problems. And again, this cluster of things that are happening for them, the phonological, the meaning, morphological at a subword level, syntactic, sentence, phrase level awareness, listening comprehension, and fluency at a word level. To me, I hope you see Aubrey in this description. All right, I'm going to give you a few minutes to look, just a minute or two to glance at this yourself. And then when you're ready, put in the chat to you, just in your words, what is the essence of, what to you kind of defines instructional profile 1? What is, central here? So I'm asking you to find the gist. And you can input that whenever you're ready in the chat. What is the essence of this instructional profile? And you're welcome just to repeat something I said. I sort of used the bullet 3 as a way to really reinforce this. What is the essence of this profile? Yeah, and that's okay. I'm going to let you think on it, but I'll give it to you in just a few seconds here. Yeah, so the profile is oral. It's oral language, oral written language problems. Oral and written language problems are characterized here by this profile. So let's just take a look at the second one. So now we're looking at students with phonological and orthographic difficulties. So you could see problems with orthographic coding, phonological coding, an unexpected difficulty with word reading, phonological decoding, and it's neurobiological in origin that impedes the phonological processing. Word level skills in word reading and spelling are impaired. So what's not impaired are syntactical skills and listening comprehension. And so we're looking at impairments in orthographic and rapid automized naming difficulties. And this can impact sometimes oral language skills. What's central to this profile, so I'll answer the question I want you really to think about, is word level reading skills and reading and spelling. Word level skills in reading and spelling. So for profile 1, we're seeing oral language impacted, right? Oral and written language. Here we're looking at word level skills in reading and spelling that are impaired. So what I'm going to do next is just add a tiny bit more about the students with this profile 2, phonological and orthographic. I'm going to talk a little bit about the definition of dyslexia and how dyslexia can often occur with other conditions. And then I'm going to talk, I think Jen Collins is on today, this webinar. I'm going to let her have a few moments to talk with you about RAN, rapid automized naming, because that's an added layer to this whole puzzle. So let me do the first part, the definition. I have a couple slides there, Jen, and then I'll let you talk about the rapid automized naming piece. So with dyslexia, this visual represents all the things we consider when we're considering a student for learner profile 2 or for a student who might have dyslexia. We see number 1 at a word level. Again, that I said, the word level recognition is an issue, word level reading, spelling is a challenge, phonological processing. It is unexpected, meaning you look at a student like Daniel and you see a very capable, articulate, expressive student. And so within the context of being so capable and smart, there is this deficit. That's what unexpected means. And finally, there's some secondary consequences as well. And those secondary consequences mean that if we don't work with this early, we have this profound cascading consequences consequence of not being able to read and access text at the word level. Students don't read as extensively, therefore they don't gain the vocabulary that can help them grow as readers, and this whole thing spirals. What's circled on your screen is other coexisting difficulties. And other coexisting difficulties just with this instructional profile you want to pay attention to, and they're listed here. Certainly language, as we've mentioned, dysgraphia can co-occur for students. Also dyscalculia. Daniel, in fact, mentioned a little bit of that when we heard his video, ADHD and executive functioning difficulties, which we'll talk about in a minute. So let me pause here. Another layer into all this is something called rapid automized naming. I'm definitely going to take Jen your offer to talk a little bit about that with everybody.
Yeah, thank you so much. When Lena was just talking about kids with profile 2, what we know in the research is that about half of those kids have what we call a double deficit in reading. And the second part of the deficit is rapid automatized naming. The reason it's important to mention is because the implications for particularly tier 3 levels of support for those students couldn't happen faster, particularly when you identify it at the K1 levels and really get in there to try to pretty much give those kids a long-term dose of medicine, so that the rapid automatized naming difficulties kind of disappear. It's just the ability to retrieve a verbal label for a visual symbol with relative ease and accuracy. So if I showed you a whole bunch of mixed up fruits, for example, I'm looking at Ashley because I can see her and she has her camera on. She would say banana, apple, orange, and she would just move right along. And you can really assess rapid naming with letter ID or number ID too, but there are formal measures. So one of those measures is available in Acadience. If some of you are using Acadience, which we imagine you are, others are just available. You can find them as long as they're reliable and valid. It is recommended now that part of universal screening for kindergarten students, all kindergarten students from fall to winter, include a RAN component because of the prevalence rate that I mentioned. And of all the reading difficulties that are hardest to treat, it's those students who have that double deficit in phonological awareness and rapid automatized naming. RAVO, I just want to mention this while I have a few seconds here, Lena. Yeah. RAVO by Marianne Wolf, RAVE-O, is one of the few evidence-based commercially available options that can be implemented in first grade with first graders up to about third grade for students who have RAN difficulties and basic reading skill deficiencies and generalized language difficulties, morphological awareness difficulties, which Lena also talked about. The only other thing I want to add, Lena, is in our Tier 3 series, and we're not going to say this afternoon, which it seems to make sense to say it now. It is important for Tier 3 providers, for advanced tier problem-solving teams, to differentiate between kids who have generalized language difficulties and early reading skill difficulties versus kids who just have early reading difficulties like phonemic awareness and phonics. It's important to differentiate because the Tier 3 intervention has to match in order to be most effective. So Lena mentioned the TILs, but what a lot of our teams have come forward and said is we are seeing more kids who need a Tier 3 level of support that have language and early reading skill difficulties. And so I put the student language scale in the chat because that is a universal screener for language that can be given to all first graders, and the parents and the teachers complete it. It's highly reliable and valid. It takes about 10 minutes and you will be able to screen just like you're doing with RAN in kindergarten for language at the beginning of first grade, to tease out those kids who have generalized language difficulties and early reading skill deficits from those who just have more of the true dyslexic pattern subtype 2. So anyway, I hope that's helpful to you. And Lena, thank you for that time.
Yeah, Yeah, thank you so much, Jen. I am so appreciative of that. I want to just review where we are. So we're looking at the details of those instructional profiles. We looked at morphological, phonological, orthographic, sort of kids that have everything going on. We're calling it learner profile 1, like Aubrey, right? And we're saying, well, that oral language is really there in an interesting way that we have to figure out, right? Oral language impacting written expression and verbal communication, expressive language. We just talked about learner profile 2, phonological and orthographic. Those are the students that tend to have a trend towards dyslexia. We mentioned the implication of word level reading. We also then added some things that you're going to have to problem solve. Are there any coexisting disabilities that occur with that dyslexia, dyscalculia, right? ADHD, potential dysgraphia. And Jen added even another layer to those students called rapid automized naming, difficulty with RAN, rapid automized naming. And if you're finding that, how we're just challenging it can be for students, which is that's why we're saying we're starting to look for that earlier now. So let me go to that third and final orthographic profile. I just want to make sure you're solid on that. And then we will review and give you some processing time in your teams. So breakouts are coming to my patent colleagues soon. So with orthographic processing, look at this with me. Look at these details from our Virginia Berninger notes. Transcription difficulties with handwriting and spelling, meaning trouble getting that written form on the page, right, with handwriting and spelling. And it's not, as I said earlier, a motor issue. There are underlying problems with how the brain is seeing, mind's eye, how the brain sees, not how my eyes see, how the brain sees the print, and how that impacts the coordination in the output. As I said, because things aren't firm in the brain, right? I can't distinguish a good D formation from a D that is, got flowers or other things attached to it. I got to be able to have my brain visualize what a good D looks like. Unusual difficulty at the subword letter formation, just getting that print, and impaired handwriting, this whole thing with written expression trends towards dysgraphia and the orthographic profile. So hopefully you can use these as a basis for where to begin some problem solving. So back to the instructional profiles. This is where to start to sort out how students are processing language, how it is working. Again, we know there's complications and overlapping issues, but to start here and think, is this student more a learner profile 1, 2, or 3 is absolutely the beginning of figuring some of this out. So, and knowing, that there's some complicated layers. So I want you to have some time to think about this together in your teams with some open discussion about the profiles we've just talked about. So the question too is, how can you use this information about instructional profiles to guide your tier 3 problem solving? How can you apply that understanding to your students specifically? So are you seeing any of your students reflected in the kind of examples we're talking about here? So just some time to process this. We're going to set you up in a breakout for 10 minutes and really dig through it, reflect on what's presented so far and how you can use this instructional profile approach to guide your way through figuring out these students, knowing that I'm going to conclude with how to take information from assessment to instruction. So we'll get into like details on that. So just, I'm hoping you have a conceptual conversation about the content presented so far. So I'm going to turn this over to, I believe, Sherry, who is going to help guide us and get you into breakout rooms and give you about 10 minutes to look at things together as teams. Thanks, Sherry.
Okay, I've just opened all rooms. So what you can do is find the name of your district. And if you scroll over to the right, you'll be able to join the district that you registered with. And if you don't see your district, let me know, or if you have problems, just give me a shout and I will help to move you into your room.
Lena, I also put in the chat assessing reading difficulties within a multi-tiered system of support, that we co-created.
Oh, good.
You remember that? We
Yes.
did turn into a publication. So I put the
Good.
link in there, but I'll repeat it a few more times. I think it pulls, all of this really important morning session together. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. That's a great resource. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, Kristen, I see your message. Let me see if I can create that TAC room. Let me get folks settled and then I'm not sure if I can join it once they're launched or if I can create a new one once they're launched. Maria, do you need help getting into yours? Let me find you. Bristol Borough. Okay, Damon, it looks like you're there. Do you need help? I have Bristol Borough there. Do you need help joining? Hi, Mrs. Reed. Which district are you from? And Terry? Which districts are you guys from? And I can see if I can help you find your room. Oh, Terry Howard Gardner. All right, and then Mrs. Reed, if you can tell me which district you're with, I'll try and direct you that way. Does anyone else need help with a breakout room? Okay, Kristen, it doesn't look like I can create a room for TAC. So if you want to find, once it's open, so if you want to find,
That's fine. I can always stay here for now and be happy to jump in on the next time.
Okay. Are the rest of the folks, Mrs. Reed, did you find your district? Oh, Phoenixville. Okay, let me scoot you in there. Great. Mrs. Reed, did you get your invitation? Yeah, good. And then I'll bring them back at 11:13.
Perfect. That's
Okay.
great. Yeah, thank you.
Mhm. You know, Kristen, Franklin Regional only has 2 folks in there. If you, they might appreciate you jumping in there.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. Let me see if I can bring the ones back up again. Yep, here, I was able to. Okay, so what did you say it was again?
I
Franklin
think-
Regional
Yes.
for IU3. Okay, sure.
Yeah. I'm just going to jump into our Will and Paul Pack team and I'll be right back.
Back from groups. Yeah, Sherry, just let me know when you think everybody's back.
Looks like there's still a few people who aren't back yet.
Okay. Check in and see if any of you are willing to share big ideas from your conversations together about where we are in this process and how you might use this knowledge of instructional profiles to guide your problem solving steps as you move forward. Also, is it resonating? Do you see some of these processing challenges with your students? Anybody with some guts to come off microphone and share a little bit would be appreciated. I'll give you that opportunity. I'd love to hear some big ideas from your groups. Also, if you're more comfortable chatting, you can certainly input that information in the chat box too.
All right, so I can start.
Thank you. Hi.
So, hi, Miriam Ling, Athens Area School District. We were lucky enough actually to have our school participate in an ECRI study this year. One of our buildings is part of the ECRI, the other one is actually part of the control group. We've also been doing some extra work with our CST, our problem solving team, so that way we can make sure that things are a lot more streamlined across our buildings. And we discussed how those think about your students checklists would be a very vital and important piece to implement into our CST meetings. So that way we have that piece that we can go through some of the things that we're learning about small group instruction time. We want to try to make sure that we are doing the best practices during our tier 1 instruction and suggesting things that can be useful during tier 1 instruction to be able to give the best to our students so that way we don't have as many gaps. And then we can also focus on looking at those learner profiles so that way we can try to use that to help streamline our process too. It can help us with our assessments so that way we're targeting our assessment to our student based upon what those checklists are trying to guide us toward, and being able to give more specialized differentiated instruction during tier 2 intervention time if we're implementing more instruction that's targeted during tier 1 core.
I love it. Thank you for sharing all that. Oh my God, absolutely excites me to no end. Thank you. Makes my day to hear that. And just what I want to, my takeaway from your sharing is how comprehensive you're approaching multi-tiered systems of support in that work. And it also warms my heart to hear that you are involved in ECRI in some manner to enhance core reading instruction. So thank you so much for sharing it. And I can see exactly how this would dovetail and how this would pick up and complement the work, the very comprehensive systematic work you're doing. Nice note too about how you can use those, think about your students' checklists. That's great. Thank you, Miriam, for sharing. Appreciate it. Any others from teams wanted to kind of jump on and just give a summary recap of your conversations and where you are with some of this content?
I can share out.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Beth Kirsch-Gessner, I'm with the team at Stone Valley Community Charter School. We were first identifying where on the pyramid our student was. We have a is a learner who's a learner profile 1. He's a first grader, and we talked a little bit about, we teased out a little bit what the orthographic phonological differences, challenges were, and whether we saw what sorts of morphological issues we see with this child. And then we had conversation about just some of the screenings we've done so far and what they're showing. And we were interested to kind of talk as a team a little bit about what approaches we might take for further screenings or for further instructional curriculum and what to use with this child.
Wonderful. I love your focus on, it's almost, taking the student as a case study yourselves and really taking the opportunity to unpack the difficulties and challenges, and you're doing it very systematically. So I absolutely love hearing that. And Erin is saying they are an ECRI school too. So also you've got some great systems in place.
Yeah, we were not surprised to hear the speaker before us say how lucky we were, because we did ECRI 2 years ago, like so lucky.
Good. Yay. I'm so happy. Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Beth, for sharing. It makes very appreciative of you for stepping up with a larger group. Wonderful, everybody. Thank you. Any other highlights, please share in the chat. And as Jen is showing, we are certainly celebrating all your work to put these pieces in together. It is a complicated, but really the efforts, I think, have payoff for our students. So it's why we do the work we do. I'm going to take you back into the presentation and round out our time to show you how things now fit together and come to the point where you can take assessment information and directly design interventions that match student needs. And then I'll just give you a little bit of a preview of what kind of content you're taking away, and we'll wrap up our time. So back in that PowerPoint, we're going to now address that fourth and final question that we were talking about together. Again, we looked at number one, problem solving process. Number two, how language can be viewed through the lens of being so important to how we're looking at the system. The three things we looked at were related to instructional profiles, right, was the third. And then finally, question four, how can we now like get down to business and match instruction to your student need? And so just a framing, I am not going to be able to get into the details of that instruction given the time we have, but I want you to know that when we were at that tier level, your instruction is delivered with greater intensity and specificity compared to what happens in tier 1 and tier 2. I think we've know that, but that's important to visualize related to instructional delivery. I've heard the term instructionally dense. I kind of like it. It means that you are careful about what resources you are putting towards those tier 3 groups. You're really looking at instructional delivery in a systematic, explicit way. Pacing is so key. And finally, instructional fluency. When we are teaching and providing intervention to our tier 3 students, we need to be familiar with the curriculum and the materials, know how to problem solve, and think through a remedy perspective. So it's really this consolidation of instruction that makes tier 3 what it is. It's more of everything you're doing well, basically. If you're familiar with that ECRI model, it's more and better of that at tier 3. So it's hard to imagine, but you go even more explicit and direct, more modeling, more practice, more time. So that is just my few notes on the instructional presentation that you're feeling and sensing when we're talking about tier 3. So in the problem solving steps, we're now ready to make a intervention selection. We're ready to figure out how to get from assessment or just general information about my student to what can I actually do to support them. And so what I like to do actually is break that number 4 down into a few additional steps. And I'm going to show you those steps. So the first step is you're using diagnostic assessment information to determine what areas of your tier 3 intervention menu. I'm going to give you a menu to guide this process. And I want you to look at that and consider what is required, what's needed for instruction. Then we're going to create a specialized diet. So we're not going to give students necessarily all the menu they need. We're going to pick components to support their instructional profile. The third thing is to ask yourself what programs, like Jen mentioned RAVO, what programs, for example, or intensification practices can be used to support that student. And then finally, this fourth is a subtle consideration, but I want you to remember this with our tier 3 students. We want to make sure that within a series of lessons, that our foundational skills and our higher order skills are integrated to support students. Or from a writing perspective, our micro skills, our handwriting, spelling, and punctuation, that work is connected to composition. We want to make sure that micro and macro, foundational and higher order, are connected. What happens with tier 3 kids, even if we need to put our emphasis on word reading, we need to make sure that we are systematic about applying that word reading to a higher order context to comprehension. So we're thinking about these students. I want you to have this map in your head, this triangle from our learner profile 1, 2, and 3. And here's your menu. And have you all look at this with me. Here's your menu. This is your roadmap for tier 3. If you look across the buckets, if you will, the boxes, you'll see that we want to consider things related to language, spelling and reading, transcription and sentence writing, and comprehension and composition, and where student area of need might be. Certainly there are other supports you can provide to these students, right? That might help target executive functioning, for example. Language, we're thinking about, do students need language? That would be, do students need your semantic meaning, morphological processing? Do they need phonological and orthographic support? Do they need orthographic only support? And then the comprehension and composition is a reminder, we want to apply and integrate for these students. And so this is your menu. If you have a learner profile 1, you'll probably need to draw down from this menu, and you'll have a bit of everything in your instruction to support students. They'll need all of this. If you have a student with dyslexia, they're going to need spelling with the reading emphasis, right? To help with phonological and orthographic processing. You'll need instruction for those students that has some phonological awareness, word reading, word spelling. You might need to help provide some support for orthographic processing, basically getting words down on paper, but it'll be more that orthographic phonological piece. So you can see the language, spelling, transcription, comprehension, composition aspects here is essentially your menu. So now let me show you how you're going to get and drill down to that menu. You're going to create a specialized diet for kids. So what I did is I took the same buckets, and I have a diagnostic assessment here as an example. I pulled the PAL-2, the one I mentioned from Virginia Berninger. And let's just look at what's in black font first. From spelling reading in that bucket, what I listed in bullets are all the components from the PAL-2, all the subtests that help me figure out if a student has spelling and reading needs. That would be your orthographic and phonological processing. And then for transcription and sentence writing, I wrote all the subtests there that would tell me if a student needed some orthographic support, right? Transcription and sentence level writing. And then finally, I looked at comprehension and composition and wrote all the subtests from the PAL-2 that would inform me about that area of need. Now, the PAL-2 is an example of a diagnostic assessment. The PAL-2 gets mostly down to sublinguistic levels. So I don't get the broad language information from the PAL-2 that I might need to make a decision if a student has broader language needs, oral language, expressive language needs. So on the far right in red, I just wrote some things down that I need to consider and maybe learn about from another assessment, another complementary assessment related to language. And I think Jen and my colleagues have shared some language-based assessments with you in the chat. So that is an example of how I'm starting to go from assessment to my instruction. I'm filling out in a map, if you will, the diagnostics assessment subtests that will inform me about these areas of instruction. Here's a test called the Test of Written Language, the TAL-4, most updated version of the measure. And so looking in black font, you can see across the board that I can get at language through a vocabulary subtest. There's a spelling subtest that I'll get some more information about. I've got some information about comprehension and composition from this test. But what's missing here for me, and I think I need to fill in, is what's written in red. I'll have to go find some information about how that student might perform on a word reading task that gives me insight into their phonologic decoding, for example. And so what you're thinking is, what's your primary assessment? What are the subtests that fall into these buckets? Because that interpretation will help you determine areas of need. Here's the TILs also. Here's the TILs alignment, just for your information. So language aligned subtest, the spelling and reading aligned subtests, comprehension and composition aligned subtests, and transcription and sentence writing. They have a written expression sentence combining task, but I might need a little bit more. So I might want to look at a student writing sample, right? A writing CBM, that's what that means right there. Anyway, whatever diagnostic assessment you're using, I would follow a similar process. What are the subtests on your diagnostic assessment, and line up what is telling what you're learning about language, spelling and reading, transcription and sentence writing, composition and comprehension. And now I've got the match, right? Essentially, now I've got the match. This is what I'm looking at as the instructional diet right here. And I want to only draw down into instruction areas of need and match to that student profile. So this is just an example now applied to programs. So for grades K through 3, again, just an example, if I have students who require some semantic or reading processing, there's some evidence-based programs out there that I can use to help support that. An example is RAVO, and Jen mentioned that for those students with those profound underlying language needs, oral language and language processing needs, RAVO is a good match. And so I've listed it there. For phonological and orthographic processing, you're looking at all kinds of spelling programs, and I've listed a few here. I mean, it's not a complete list, but some of the ones I know we talk about in Pennsylvania quite a bit. For transcription and writing, there's some things you can draw down for students, and then something to get at comprehension and composition. Read well is an example for K3. And there are more, but you get a sense. For grades 4 through 12, this map gives you the programs now that you can consider for semantic meaning processing. Same for phonological and orthographic processing. So these are mostly for you to come back to and use as guidance. I hope you're seeing that we've got the system now from learning instructional profiles. You now have the needs represented in these maps, and you can work from diagnostic assessment down into planning. And so let me talk you through some examples. Let's do these together. So here's my intervention map, and in red are the things that help me think about what instructional profile students might be. Semantic meaning processing in the far left, that helps me think that I might need to address language in my instruction. Spelling and reading here, phonological and orthographic processing is there, right? If a student has orthographic processing needs, I'm looking at transcription and sentence writing. And again, I said, sort of the rule with this is help students, though your degree of emphasis might be on these word level reading skills, your foundational skills, your micro level skills. There's still importance, and we're learning that from the research, to help students apply it to meaning. So we don't let that go. So let's look at this example. This is a 6th grade student example for a 6th grader. And so my diagnostic assessment is telling me these things. That there are considerable needs with language and vocabulary. Their subtests are low. Expressive language is slow and somewhat laborious. So notes from my diagnostic assessment. So I know from spelling and reading that they have difficulty with word level reading and spelling. There's phonological awareness. There is phonological, the phonological awareness at the phoneme level is also an issue. So I'm seeing that as there's no information obtained for transcription and sentence writing. But when I look over to the right, I see that comprehension is strong. Listening comprehension is strong. And the reading comprehension difficulties I see for the student, they're linked more at the word level, where the word level reading challenge is occurring. So what I'm looking at here is a student with some language processing difficulties, morphological, semantics, and tactical. And then I'm seeing phonological and orthographic difficulties here in the spelling and reading area. So I just said to you, it's looking like the student, the 6th grader, it's trending towards learner profile 1 at the bottom of my triangle. I think I want to figure out more of what is not here in the transcription and sentence writing, like how strong is that orthographic difficulty that they're having, but I'm already starting to see some trends. So that's how you're using the information, right? And then from there, I gave you the maps where you can check programs and potential practices. So again, get that the map firm in your head. These are the buckets. These are the things we're looking at instructionally and how we want to build an intervention. Let's look at it from a different way. So from the lens of, I'm going to show you some instructional plans, and I want you to infer back what level of what instructional profile these instructional plans address. So I'm coming back to the lesson we looked at earlier, right? So this lesson has a writer's warm-up component. So when I see that, I know it's addressing orthographic. Then I see phonological and alphabetic. So phonological and orthographic processing. And then this lesson is addressing some phonologic and spelling work. It's right there, phonologic, orthographic. So right now, and if you want to play along, you're welcome. What learner profile are we looking at? Strong phonological orthographic processing. This is the kind of instruction that might address that. If you want to respond, you can respond with a 1, 2, or 3 in the chat if you're want to play along. Or you could just listen as we finish out our time. So it is actually, it's learner profile 2, right? Because you can see phonologic, orthographic, strong. If I add a read aloud component to this instruction, good. Thank you for responding. I see the chat coming in. Thank you. If I add this now, these are kindergarten kids. I'm going to add some read alouds with some oral and written retell practice. So that read aloud piece is going to give me a language component. So I'm adding a language component. I have phonologic, orthographic represented, as you all saw. Now, by adding that language component, what learner profile am I helping address? Who am I addressing? 1, 2, or 3. Remember, 1 has the language piece. All yes, 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 yes. Thank you. Thank you all. Yes, you got it. You got it. So we can look at and infer this from scheduling too. Now, I was just playing around with schedules as an example, because sometimes you have to layer in or package different programs to meet students' needs. This is completely arbitrary, but I wanted you to see, like, if this is the instruction going on, I can almost infer who should be receiving it, which student instructional profile should be in this intervention group. So on Monday and Friday, we have some strong language occurring in this instruction, right? Strong language. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday's packed. Little transcription, meaning I'm having some writing practice. Kids are writing the letter there, orthographic. Spelling and reading, all phonologic and orthographic. And then the bottom, we're taking it to help integrate some kind of application to comprehension or composition, just so we're keeping and integrating our skills. So which learner profile is this? 1, 2, or 3? Remembering 1 is the most complicated and has the language. So 1, 2, or 3. I'm giving it away. A few of you are responding. Yes, yes, thank you all. And seeing those come in. Absolutely. Thank you. Ashley, Colleen, I saw you responded. Thank you. And so now let's look at another one. Again, infer. So what kind of student would be receiving this kind of instruction? I've got transcription, meaning I'm helping students produce text in some way. The letter level, the word level, the sentence level. We're doing that as the beginning of our lesson. Then we've got a strong phonologic an orthographic piece here. So orthographic at the top, phonological orthographic running through. And then we're just applying it to meaning at the sentence level, passage level, etc. So your bulk of your intervention is in the top 2, transcription, spelling, reading. So who am I capturing here with this kind of work? It's harder, but I think mostly number 2. It's mostly number 2. Some of you can make a case argument. It might be 3. Yeah, some of you can, but mostly I'm thinking 2. Yeah, good. And then finally here, this is different. Look at this instruction. It's transcription kind of running across the top. Transcription, by the way, can be producing letters, but it can also be spelling as well, producing the orthographic formations of a word. And so we're looking at that orthographic formations of spelling. We're doing some handwriting mechanics through the week, ending with that spelling piece from an orthographic perspective, producing spellings. And then we've got tying it to composition. I'm looking at the schedule, I'm feeling this is beyond just integration because it's occurring across the week, that we're working on composition as a major intervention component here. Sentence level, moving to passage level, transitioning midweek, and then finally ending with some passage level work at the end. So again, thinking of your instructional profiles, who is here? Who is this benefiting? Strong orthographic. Yeah, you got it. Okay, this is exactly what I want you to see. One final thing, and then we'll wrap up. And then I'll stay a little bit if you have questions beyond the end of the session here. So in your document, in your resource packet, in the appendix, I want you to know this is here. In the appendix, there's a intervention selection template that takes you through this step number 4 of the problem solving process, but breaks it into these details where you are able to just type notes here. What are the subtests that I'm looking at? So there might be a pragmatics subtest, right? There might be, sorry for my spelling and quick, there might be a word finding, stuff related to oral language, expressive vocabulary. These might be subtests that I'm going to look at that tell me about that. What are subtests that you're looking at from your diagnostic assessment about spelling and reading, right? Your orthographic and phonological processing. I just looked through, used my school psych, my speech language colleagues to help. So I might have an orthographic coding subtest, right? I'm going to just list these in there. Then when I'm ready to review the results, I'm going to look at those subtests and just take some qualitative notes. I'm just going to, I'm going to just put some notes in here about what I'm observing from the above subtests. What are they telling me about student performance, skill deficits, areas of performance? Then I've got your intervention menu here. And so from the above, you can draw it right down into say, yes, I've got to have this. I don't need strong, they have strong orthographic skills or whatever. You're filling out the profile and bringing that into then a program decision. So know that in that resource packet that you have, there's a template to help guide you through that process. So yeah, great, Jen. It's a tool you can come back to if you have some more planning time this afternoon. So given that we're kind of right out time, let me just show you the big idea takeaways, and then I'll happily stay on for a little bit. I know it's will be beyond time for you. But you're welcome to stay on and ask me questions. So a couple things to wrap up. The first, as I said, the first thing is to share that there is extra content that I provided that I knew we wouldn't have time to cover. And essentially it is instructional examples reflective of the kind of instruction for a student who has phonological and orthographic needs, a student who has an orthographic needs only, and some executive functioning skills. And you see those examples. A kind of neat thing for those of you who I heard there are a few of you using ECRI, if you study that section of content with those instructional examples, you will see what would I call it? Breadcrumbs of how to further intensify ECRI beyond tier 2 to work with your students. It's all sort of layered there in those examples. And if you're using ECRI, that section of today's PowerPoint will make some sense. I think it'll make sense to all of you given how we looked at instructional profiles, but from those with that ECRI lens, I think you'll see the breadcrumbs. So today, to wrap up, know there are a couple fabulous websites out there that support this information. Our National Center on Improving Literacy has additional information that can support intensive instruction, as does the National Center on Intensive Intervention, NCII. This is what they do. Great website if you're looking at tier 3. So good ones to explore. Finally, I've given you a process, the tier 3 problem solving process to navigate these very complicated waters for students. Hang on to this. You really do work through the steps of this process. We figured out who those tier 3 students are, how are they processing language, and then how can we, through that understanding, match our instruction to their needs. I hope you take out the door this visual and our students. Who are we talking about? Giving faces to these language processing challenges. So I do want you to consider Aubrey, Daniel, Michael, as well as Joseph and Gloria as in your conceptualization. And then finally, in addition to process, you have a map. You have a map that helps you get from your diagnostic assessment into your instruction. And this is really the way to use it and figure out how to package that instruction for student needs. So I came in right on time, not right 11:45 to the nose. So I'm going to say thank you very much. I will absolutely stay on a couple minutes, everyone, if there are additional questions you want to put in your chat. But back to my Pat and colleagues to close it out for the morning.
Okay, well, Lana, thank you for such an informative session. I know that the student profiles that you shared, as well as the process for problem solving and the intervention menu, will give our teams a lot of resources as they continue to problem solve for our most intensive students. So I thank you again. What a great morning we've had, and what a great afternoon I'm looking forward to. We have a dream team of some of our Tier 3 patent consultants that will be sharing with us, Dr. Jen Collins, Dr. Erica Carruter, and Karen Brady will be sharing with us this afternoon, and we'll be continuing that conversation for Tier 3 problem solving. And so we will take a break and we will start up again at 12:45. Tier 3 problem solving with Dr. Erica Carruter, Dr. Jennifer Collins, and Karen Brady.
All right, thanks,
Go ahead.
Sherry. Thanks, Sherry. Welcome everybody. It was a really nice morning. And so our plan was to have this be an extension of content that Dr. Edward Santora covered, but now move our way into the implementation of that content through practices and processes that help to continue to shore up what you're doing at an advanced tier level with a specific focus on Tier 3 supports and services. So we're going to walk you through these objectives. The first is to really look at the data piece as it pertains to individual student level problem solving. There were lots of good resources that were mentioned during Dr. Santora's session. So we'll build on that, evaluate the strengths and needs of your current problem solving process. One of the things we've learned over the past, I want to say 9 years now of conducting a more formal elongated Tier 3 problem solving process series is that Tier 3 continues to be an area of need among our LEAs, and it's necessary. So as part of a multi-tiered system of support, it's difficult, if not impossible, to do prevention for 100% of kids, meaning we get 100% of kids, particularly at the K1 levels, to that minimum level of benchmark status, the 35th percentile of achievement or so, without the provision of a Tier 3. And so we want to talk to you about prevalence rates and what we can estimate every year with every incoming kindergarten cohort, what percentage we're going to need to mobilize Tier 3 supports for come around November of kindergarten. We're going to review strategies for meaningfully engaging families across the tiers, and particularly within the Tier 3 problem solving process. Identify the components of individualized problem solving, what's called data-based individualization, and then apply what you learn. And this is really the synchronon or the intent of this mini series, is to bridge research with practice. So in the past, our teams have had a whole year to identify a student they want to manipulate responsiveness to intervention for. And we'd like you to do the same in the absence of a more formalized series. But what our hope is that you do that between now and our next session, which will be in May, with any kind of implementation support you would want to seek, firstly through your IU consultant. And if you have very intensive needs, Patton has a process to complete if you want to pursue more intensive supports. But in any case, we'd love to see you in May so that you can share with other teams what your journey was like between now and then. And the most important feedback I think we've gotten through training and technical assistance is we love to hear from other teams. What did they do? What didn't they do? What did they learn? What mistakes did they make in their context? And you're able then to draw from that and think about your own context and next steps. So those are our 5 objectives between now and when we end today at 4:15. We know this makes for a long day, so we're going to try to make this piece very interactive, as interactive as we can. And so I'm just going to ask you right now to take a look at this slide, and if you would differentiate in your view what the difference is between MTSS, a multi-tiered system of support, and the process that we call responsiveness to intervention. How are those fundamentally different? And if you could put that in the chat, that would be great. Okay, so Danielle, thank you. She said whole child versus just the academic piece. Okay. MTSS is ongoing support across all grade levels at core instruction, looking at data and instructional focus. Okay, thank you. These are great. Keep them coming. How about one more thought? MTSS is a comprehensive framework. RTI is a component of MTSS that can be used for determination for SLD, right? Yeah, so thank you for responding, and that's exactly right. I'm just going to build on what each of you said, and that is that when we think of multi-tiered systems of support, we are thinking of the components of comprehensive school improvement that need to be put in the fire simultaneously and well to advance social, emotional, behavioral, and academic outcomes for all students, including students with disabilities. So we think about things like framework component number 1, the heart of MTSS, which is standards aligned core instruction, which folks alluded to in the chat. We also think about things like a tiered system of support. We think about family engagement. We think about shared ownership. We think about context embedded professional development. And then there are a few others. That's to be differentiated from responsiveness to intervention, which is largely tied or strongly tied to IDEA 2004, where the federal government said you no longer have to use ability achievement discrepancy to determine specific learning disabilities, what constitutes a significant difference between cognitive ability and achievement. You no longer are wedded to that. You can also think about this alternative method called RTI, responsiveness to intervention. So responsiveness to intervention is specific to the data that we gather as a function of pouring in medicine to kids at tiers 1 and particularly tier 3, because those are the kids that technically are under child find. When we have students who are functioning in the significantly below average range, we have to enact the most intensive supports that we can within the confines of general education, and then see how they respond. So RTI data is largely those data are largely growth data. They do speak to level as well, a change in level over time. We're really looking at what are the sources of data that we can where we can capture a student's responsiveness to these different layers of intensive medicines that we're putting in place across providers across the day. And so recently we began to do a lot of training around leveraging student growth percentile data. Prior to that, we did a lot of work around rate of improvement calculations. And then more recently, we've been talking about mastery measures. So you can capture growth with any kind of measures, but in this model, the measures we tend to use more frequently to capture growth are measures that are sensitive to incremental growth. And those measures are largely the ones that I just mentioned. Rate of improvement data, which is a function of collecting progress monitoring data, student growth percentile data, and then mastery measurement. So those are the fundamental differences between the two. Is RTI a natural part of a multi-tiered system of support? Definitely, because the assumption is that what defines a specific learning disability is not necessarily a statistically significant difference between ability and achievement, but what defines a learning disability, something that doesn't change, doesn't go on and off with a light switch, remains stable over time, people and settings, is a function of pouring in good medicine to all kids and seeing who bubbles up to the surface, who just isn't responding in a way that we would predict, given the response that everyone else is having, including students who have similar needs to other students who are at risk. So I'm just going to pause there and help and just to see if that helps to make sense of the two terms and, you know, why they naturally get conflated, but that there is a little bit of a difference here. So just give me a yes or no if that helps to clarify. I think it's a conversation we need to have with folks who are sitting with us at the advanced tier table and others who continue to kind of wrestle with some of those nuances. So does that make sense? And so maybe what you could do in the chat is indicate whether you're currently using rate of improvement calculations, ROI, the use of student growth percentiles or mastery measurement as one or more of your RTI methodologies. So how are you currently assessing whether children are responding in your model right now? Which one of those do you tend to use more frequently? And if you don't use any of them, that's okay. That's why you're here. Okay, Damon, thank you. Kim, thank you. Miriam, wow, great with the mastery measurement. Great, Aaron. Thank you, Ashley. Great, Leslie. Great. So when we look at how to capture growth, there's not one superior.
Jen, you're now muted.
Okay, I've been talking to myself for the last 5 minutes. I just wanted to say, great, thank you for all that feedback. And that's wonderful that you're using a combination of them, or sometimes in some cases, singular measure of growth. That's fine. What I was saying when I was muted was there is no one perfect way to capture growth. So you have a range of RTI methodologies. More commonly, rate of improvement, student growth percentiles, and mastery measures that answer different questions related to growth over the course of this process. And so to use a combination sometimes works really well, so that we're not banking on putting our eggs, so to speak, in one psychometric basket, that we're collecting a range of data or a continuum of data, and the convergence of that data speaks to responsiveness or inadequate responsiveness. So thank you for all that feedback. I'm going to just progress here to the next slide, and forgive me because it's kind of coming in here in pieces. So I'll let you just digest each piece and then ask you another question. Okay, so as you look at this graphic, I wonder if you could tell me what you make of the graphic, the way the graphic is organized. What do you see or don't see as it relates to a multi-tiered system of support? And credit to this graphic goes to Dr. George Bash. So why is the graphic organized this way? What do you see as it relates to a tiered system? Okay, so Miriam says tier 3 should be getting the most intense instruction, tiers 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Miriam. It's layered. Thank you, Leslie. Any other thoughts? Those are great thoughts. Thank you, Miriam and Leslie. I think of it as the reds are rising to the top as a concern. Yes, so a self-correcting process. Yeah, so hopefully what you see here along these lines is that tiers exist, particularly the advanced tiers, exist on a continuum of intensity. And there are no fine lines between tier 2 and tier 3. So we have certainly characteristics of students who might benefit most from a tier 3 versus a tier 2, and also that these are not linear, so that students do not have to progress through a tiered system in order. So if I'm a newbie to a school district as a first grader, and you give me the benchmark assessment and I'm performing in the well below benchmark range, and there are other sources of data to suggest that I have a need for a very intensive support, or the most intensive support that you can offer in addition to core instruction, you would mobilize that for me right away. I wouldn't have to go through a tier 1 and a tier 2 before I could access a tier 3 level of support. So this is the whole equity conversation, where we want supports to be matched to student needs in real time. In order to do that, your system has to be set up to anticipate a certain number of students who will need a tier 3 support pretty immediately. So the graphic is organized that way. And again, hopefully that makes sense. You haven't been doing anything wrong if you have this process where you organize services, meaning that all students start with tier 1 and then you go through a tier 2 and see how they do and then mobilize a tier 3. I think we would argue that there are going to be students who need to bypass, don't pass go, don't collect 200 and go right to the tier 3 area of support. What we want to say about this slide is that it's important to remember that we want to strive to help 100% of students reach benchmark. And we have to keep saying this, that we've talked about, we want 80% of students to respond to core instruction. And what we mean by that is we want healthy core to reach or help about 80% of the class reach benchmark. And here's the key word: on time, and stay there. But we know another 20% of kids are going to need more than what can be afforded by or through the classroom teacher and or core instruction. And so the ultimate goal through prevention of early reading failure is to get 100% of students to benchmark on time. So that would be by the end of kindergarten, 100% of students, including students with disabilities, get to that, at least that minimum threshold of proficiency, which we said is about the 35th percentile reading achievement. So ultimately, what you want in your building is a skewed curve to the right. And the question is that feasible? And the answer is yes. And we'll show you some research to support that that is absolutely attainable. That prevalence of the number of kids who need supplemental intervention, then how many we can feasibly get through a multi-tiered system of support to benchmark status comes from the science of reading literature, 30 years of converging and biological behavioral research on how that happens. And so tier 3 is critical, meaning that if we don't have a tier 3 support in place for about 15% of every incoming kindergarten cohort come November, and then maintaining a tier 3 level of support thereafter for a smaller percentage of students. If we don't have it in place, it's going to be difficult to get 100% of students to benchmark on time. So it is feasible, and what we hope you realize through implementation between now and May is that as you refine what you're doing at tier 3 and you target the right kids at the right time, that you'll see that you can get higher and higher numbers of students to benchmark, with the culminating goal being 100%. All the tiers reinforce one another, so that's another sort of outshoot of this slide. And eventually, and I think someone mentioned this in the chat, that what you get is the self-correcting process, that as we have fidelity of core instruction, where 80% of students respond to core instruction alone without the provision of advanced tier support, and then the remaining 15 to 20% respond to an advanced tier support, you are left with one, maybe two students in a cohort who really are looking at what Dr. Jack Fletcher calls intractable, meaning that they really have a level of severity and intensity and need that warrants the provision of special education as students with disabilities. And so these are the students that, from a data standpoint, in terms of level, stay low in terms of their achievement. They continue to function what we call the significantly below average range of reading achievement, because we're talking about reading today. It could apply to math or any other content area. And then in terms of growth, they continue to evidence what we would call well below typical growth. That can be captured through the RTI methodologies that we just discussed a couple slides ago. But anyway, it leads to this process of pouring in the medicine and seeing who bubbles up at the top is called the RTI process. And it's a valid and reliable way to determine who needs the provisions of special education. So I incorporated this slide. It's from 2005. It's by Dr. Reed Lyon, who was part of the NICHD studies and really taking the results of that 30 years of research that was collected to Congress. And so he said this in 2005, which was, we had a reading crisis back then. We had many children who still evidence delays in phonological awareness. We have many kids who have less exposure to print and the alphabet. We still have many kids who have less well-developed vocabulary, and we still have many kids who have a limited range of experience. And the reason I incorporated that is because it applies to math as well, and it's still current data today. And I know you all know that, but when we think about this relative to the characteristics of different subtypes of reading difficulties that Dr. Santoro reviewed, you can keep this in mind. That there's still quite a need. And you may be saying to yourself, well, our tier 3 supports and services could easily be given to, 20, 25, 30% of the population, which is why we're back at the whole tiered system and continue to shore up tier 1 while simultaneously putting tier 3 supports and services in place in a timely manner. And that's how we begin to shrink the numbers to more of an 80-15-5 kind of split across the tiers. Early intervention is effective. And again, these studies, or this quote or this summary, emanates from that early research that was done through NICHD, which informed the science of reading information that a lot of you have access to through letters, Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading, and just generally what's out there now. But the prevention studies in reading show that 70 to 90% of at-risk children, the bottom 20% in every kindergarten, first and second grade classroom, can learn to read in the average range. And then you think, boy, the average range is really broad. We're about in the average range. And what we mean by that is about the 35th percentile reading achievement. So any kind of benchmark number or composite score is going to usually correlate with about the 35th percentile reading achievement. So I wanted you to just kind of revisit that before we actually show you some of those prevention studies. And what I want you to look at here or think about is, where in the world did we get tier 3? How did we come up with, oh yeah, tier 3, that's an extra half hour a day. It's supplemental to core instruction. It usually means in the K-2 levels, a ratio of 1 provider to 3 children. And it usually means every day of the week, 5 days a week. So where did we come up with that? And I want you to look at this slide. I'll explain it, and then you can think about tier 3 recommendations. So Foreman's study showed that 35% of the kids in her sample fell below the 30th percentile of reading achievement. And so they were candidates for supplemental intervention. What she did in her study is they infused core instruction with 174 hours of differentiation in small group during core, kind of like ECRI. For those of you who are doing ECRI, enhanced core reading instruction, it looked a lot like that. And of the 35% of her sample who received the 174 hours at tier 1, they whittled that down to a remaining 6% of the 35% who were still in need of continued support. So that was pretty significant. The majority of the 35% of that sample responded to enhanced core reading instruction at tier 1. Felton's study, they did 340 hours, quite a bit more, of small group instruction with groups of 8 students. And in that sample, 32% of the kids were eligible to receive that supplemental intervention in groups of 8. And they whittled that down to 5% of kids still needing something more than a group of 8 over that constant of 340 hours. Again, pretty significant change in kids who were at risk following postvention. Bellutino did 35 to 6 studied intervention where it was delivered over the course of 35 to 65 hours in a 1-to-1 situation. 46% of his sample were eligible, kids who fell below the 30th percentile reading achievement, and they were left with a very small percentage of kids who needed continued support. So that was a 1-to-1 situation. So hopefully what you're seeing here is that at this point, we're not really able to say that 1-to-1 was any less effective than groups of 8 versus 174 hours of enhanced core reading instruction. They all did the trick. Now, some might have taken longer or more resources, but they all did the trick in terms of reducing the number of kids who were at risk postvention. Torgeson has done a lot of work in this area with supplemental intervention studies. And again, he looked at 1-to-1 intervention, 1-to-3 intervention, and a ratio of 1-to-3 versus 1-to-5 intervention. And again, you can see that the number of kids postvention who were still at risk for long-term reading difficulties, 4%, 2%, the 191 hours, in a ratio of 1-to-3 versus 1-to-5, 1.6%. Almost no one after 91 hours of supplemental intervention had any remaining reading risk. And then Mathis's study, 80 hours, 1-to-3 ratio, 31% of kids were eligible to receive it and did, and almost no one, 0.02%. So half a kid or so remained at risk for long-term reading difficulties. So as you look at that, tell me what your thoughts are about how we come up with these characteristics or guidelines or recommendations around tier 3 in a school setting. So go ahead and put that in the chat, or you can unmute too. And I apologize because I don't have my chat on. So if someone could relay what's in the chat, that'd be great. So too much on my screen here.
Not anything yet.
Yeah.
Give folks a chance to type and think.
Why don't we do one-on-one at a tier 3 level? What would these studies suggest Why don't we do 1-to-1?
Jen, I saw a question. Would you repeat the question again?
Yeah, how did we come up with recommendations around tier 3? Because it's pretty universal for schools. You know, whether I'm in Wyoming or Pennsylvania or Virginia, when we're talking about states where all 3 tiers happen within general education, we said there's some states that call tier 3 special education. We don't in Pennsylvania. But we do talk about what the intensity looks like at tier 3. And I'm asking, how did these studies inform the recommendations around intensity at tier 3? Did someone just wake up and say, you know, I think a ratio of 1-to-3 sounds great, 5 days a week for a half hour? Or did these studies help to kind of help to understand where those recommendations came from? So I just asked the question, why don't we recommend 1-on-1? What does this data show?
Okay, we have some comments coming in that 1-to-3 or 1-to-5 ratios seem to be most effective. Another one says small group is just as effective or more effective than 1-to-1. 1-to-3 is effective, hence the parameters of tier 3.
Yeah, those are great. Those are great. So I'll just embellish for a second here. The reason we do 1-to-3 or recommend 1-to-3, particularly at the K-2 levels for a tier 3 level of support, is because we've not found any differential between 1-on-1 and 1-on-3. So we don't want to go more resource intensive. So when we're talking about 1-on-1 relative to the students who are going to need a tier 3 level of support, which initially in kindergarten is about 15% of your cohort, and we're hoping we can get the number of kids who need a tier 3 level of support to 5%. That would be the ultimate goal. It's still too resource intensive to do 1-to-1 if there's no differential between 1-to-1 and 1-to-3. There is a differential between 1-to-3 versus 1-to-5. So we often talk about tier 2, and we're often talking about a tier 1.5 or a tier 2 light by the classroom teacher as working in small group with 5 kids at a time who need a preview teach of core or need a tier 2 or tier 1.5 or tier 1+ level of support in small group by the classroom teacher. So there is a difference between 1-to-5 and what you get versus 1-to-3. And so if you look at the studies where there is a ratio of 1-to-3, the outcomes are a little bit better than if you go to the very top with Foreman, who just focused on enhancing core instruction at tier 1. Did that do a good amount? Definitely. But this can't rest on the shoulders of classroom teachers alone. So if we really want to get our numbers to 100%, at the K1 levels, the best we can do within a 5.5-hour day, given our resources, is typically at tier 3 is typically that 1-to-3 ratio, 5 days a week in a small group, within a relatively short period of time. So you should see movement if fidelity's there, if the match is there, and that's why we spent the morning talking about getting better at diagnostic stuff so that we're able to make the instructional match at tier 3 as precise as it can be. So let me just pause there and ask if that helps to clarify where tier 3 recommendations come from when we talk about the most intense that you can get within the confines of a school setting. This was a hospital setting, it might be different, but we have realities of schools, and this is a resource-heavy moment, as you all know. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Erica, I believe, so I'm going to stop sharing, Erica.
Thank you.
Take it away.
Yeah, good afternoon. How is everybody? It is great to see everyone on this Tuesday afternoon. So we are going to do a little bit of review about the benefits and how-tos of class-wide intervention. And so one of the things that we often miss in our multi-tiered system, we talk about tier 1, we talk about tier 2, we talk about tier 3. And in the context of this professional development opportunity in this mini series, we are really focusing on intensive problem solving at tier 3 for the students with the most intensive needs. However, what happens whenever you have a large percentage of your students who appear to be at risk? And something schools often miss is what's called class-wide intervention. We're going to share a couple of resources with you. Going to pop out here. The first one is PALS, and it is linked in your slide deck this afternoon. So the Ira Center has PALS. You can check it out, what that looks like. I have up the grades 2 to 6 and kind of the full PALS intervention. It is provided, it takes approximately 35 minutes daily. And there are a couple of different components for it. Now, this is the grade 2 to 6, where there is a partner reading with retell. That takes about 11 to 12 minutes. There's a paragraph shrinking component, which takes approximately 10 minutes. And then there's a prediction relay. If you get in that IRIS module that's linked in your slide deck, you can read a little bit more about PALS, or peer assisted learning strategies. Different videos in here to help with implementation, what each looks like. And as you go across the modules, it gives you detailed instructions for the how-to. And so when we look at class-wide intervention, we'll talk about the decision-making process for that. But when we have large percentages of students, 50% or more of the class, even sometimes in reading, we can look at 8 or more students in a class, but we're really looking at that median score. We don't have the resources to allocate as we were just learning about groups of 3 to 1 for intensive supports. We don't have that many individuals to provide that intervention. And so it's really important that we are providing, that we are using our data and providing interventions to really determine, when we look at a resource allocation standpoint, effective and efficient allocation of resources so that we are giving those most intensive supports to students who are in need of those. PALS is one example of a class-wide reading intervention. But if you go through, it shows, it includes videos on how to do each component in PALS on the Ira Center. You can also order the protocols right from the company. Fuchs and Fuchs are the researchers and developers on this. I'm highlighting grades 2 to 6. There are PALS materials for grade kindergarten, for grade 1. And another resource, as we look, one of the most popular sessions that we've had, Dr. Matt Burns talks about class-wide interventions for reading and math. And we have this YouTube video linked from his session last year. He just did a session for us this year as well, which should be on our Patent YouTube relatively soon if it's not there already. He talks about setting the foundation for success with class-wide interventions in reading. He touches a little bit on math as well. You can watch that video, but he really has, we've seen a lot of success, and linked in your materials as well is taken from PALS, the partner reading and paragraph shrinking component, which is a little bit easier to implement. It's not the full PALS continuum. It takes approximately 20 minutes each day. Again, we're going to start with second grade approximately for this intervention. So as you think about your case study student, as we progress through this section, partner reading and paragraph shrinking may be something that you might consider depending on your data. You're going to have an opportunity to look at that. But it includes the directions on implementation for that. Just a couple of notes when we look at class-wide intervention for reading. Again, the entire class, we see a need class-wide, and so the entire class is provided with the intervention. I do a lot of work on the math initiative, and the same holds true in math as it does in reading. When we're doing partner work, whether it's partner reading or peer tutoring in math, we pair up students, a stronger performing student with a weaker performing student, kind of do like a split half, highest performing middle student, next highest performing, next student to the middle, and so on. So there's not a huge split. But the stronger performing student always goes first, whether it's reading, whether it is doing math computation. That provides our student, and oftentimes those may be some of our tier 3 students or students who need the most intensive supports through tier 3 intervention, getting extra opportunities for explicit modeling of those skills from the stronger performing student. So partner reading and paragraph shrinking is linked in there for you. And then you can download the implementation steps right there off the NASP website. Just wanted to highlight those a little bit, but how do we know whenever we need some class-wide intervention? We know that it is highly effective and highly efficient whenever we're looking at classes of students who require intervention. But Burns and Priest describe positive results of partner reading and paragraph shrinking after just 10 days of implementation. I just took you out to those 2 resources, which are linked in this slide deck, so you and your teams can check those out. But one of the outcomes from the study was the median. We're looking at the median curriculum-based measurement score for 2 3rd grade classrooms, went from 81 and 87 words correct per minute, respectively. When the benchmark was 91, both classes showed that median score was below that cut point for risk. After 10 school days of intervention, they improved from 104, improved to 104 and 115 words correct per minute, respectively. That's really great gains in a 2-week intervention. The number of students who needed support went from 12 and 11 out of 18 students to about 5 in each classroom. So again, that helps strengthen our ability to really determine who is in need of the most intensive intervention and who may benefit from some class-wide. So we're going to marry class-wide intervention to that individual problem-solving process. Whenever we're looking at our data, we've done our fall screening. If you haven't done your fall screening yet, looking at your end of year spring screening data, students have had an entire year. So that's a pretty solid metric to look at. But whenever we are looking at those data, we are looking at, is this a common problem? Is this common for 20% or more of learners at our school? Is the magnitude of the problem and need for some service is great for some learners? Yes or no? We want to think through that. If maybe yes or no, we want to look at some systems level. As Jen had talked about, having that tier alignment is so important when we look at allocation of resources and really providing the most intensive supports for students who need those supports. If the problem is not common for more than 20% of learners, we're ready to start moving on to more sophisticated problem solving. But if we have a great need, we might want to start with some systems level, grade level, and class-wide level analysis of data. So we might continue down, it's not common for more than 20% of learners. We've implemented class-wide. Let's do a little bit more sophisticated problem solving. Is the problem common for more than 5% of learners for an identified group? For example, our English language learners. Then we might need to look at the group level. Working in a school with many of our English learners being identified as having a need for additional supports. We might need to do some group analysis. If that's not the case and the problem's rare for a specific very small group of learners, then we're really working toward the individualized level. But we want to keep in consideration, are we having widespread problems, or is our core and our supports working pretty well? We're ready to really analyze at the individual level. And so our universal screening data, we're using psychometrically sound tools to screen adequate at identifying risk, adequate at looking at growth for systems as well as students. But one of the benefits of having universal screening of all students, and I have a math example in here, math or reading performance, is that it can be determined whether or not low performance is the result of individual students or classes of students. Pretty much every school that we worked with does have a universal screener in place for reading. However, we are still working with schools that may not have universal screeners in place for math. And we really need to be able to determine who's at risk, who's not. Is this when we administer the screening, do we have systems level issues? Do we have grade level issues, class-wide issues, or is it individual students? And so starting with our universal screening data is really critical and serves as that foundation to the tier 3 problem solving process. So when we're making decisions, we want to use consistent rules and protocols for decision making. In your handouts, there are a number of data analysis protocols. If your team isn't using a data analysis protocol, we would highly recommend that. It helps with the decision-making process with regard to your universal screening data. We also want to clearly define what that risk criterion is by those benchmarks. Typically, those publishers of the universal screener have already done all of that research and established those for you. You're familiar with those classifications, letting you know our students at benchmark, below benchmark, well below benchmark, etc. So depending on the measure that you're using, those risk criterion should be identified for you. Earlier this morning, Dr. Santoro talked about intensiveintervention.org, the National Center on Intensive Intervention. You can check out your screeners on there on screening tools charts and look at the psychometric properties of the universal screener that you're using. If it is a published instrument on there, we would recommend one with strong psychometric properties. And then we want to determine what level, at what level is the problem occurring? Is it school-wide, grade level, class-wide, or is it an individual student problem? So this is a helpful metric to enable us to determine, do we need to look at class-wide intervention for any of our classes? Do we need to move upstream? Do we kind of need to do both? And so no matter what the screener is that you're using and on the measure, we want to know, what is that cut point for risk? What's the risk criterion? So let's use an example. Let's say a cut point for risk is 20. Is that class median score? We're looking at every class's score. We're sorting the student score on that particular measure, highest scoring to lowest, or lowest to highest scoring. And we're looking at that middle score. We're not adding all the scores together and dividing by the total number. We're lining those up, highest to lowest scoring, and we're counting. If we have 25 kids, it would be student number 13 right in the middle. If we have 24 kids, we're looking at student 12 and 13, add those together, divide by 2 to get our median. It really is about the number of seats in the classroom. So is that class median score below the risk criterion? So let's say our risk criterion is 20. And our class median score for this particular class, we'll say it's Mrs. Brady's class, is at a 22. So no, that class-wide median is not below the risk criterion. We're ready to progress on and start identifying students for tier 2 or tier 3. You can feel good that core is working for the majority of students. But let's say that Mrs. Hartman's class, we're looking at a different class and the cut point for risk is 20 and the median student score is at 18. So then we're going to progress through our problem solving process to determine, is it a class level? Is it a grade wide level? Is it a school wide level? If you're looking across the classes in the grade, so let's say Mrs. Brady, Mrs. Hartman, and myself, Ms. Karuder, we're all 3rd grade teachers, and my class's score is a 17. So we have most of our classes, more than 50% of our classes at the grade level have a problem. We need to look at that grade wide and engage in problem solving at the grade wide level. If we look across our school and we're looking, most grades have a grade wide problem, we need to look at school wide. Do we have are we providing effective instruction? Are we using science of reading? Are we looking at the science of math when we are delivering our core instruction? But any class, a class-wide intervention is something that you can implement pretty quickly in your class. And if there is a need for class-wide intervention, grade-wide and school-wide problem solving can be time-consuming. We're still going to want to intervene for class-wide problems. And so it kind of talk through that, but what we want for you to do is have a chance to look at this and pull your data and think about the student that you will be targeting, supporting. What grade level is that student in? And look at the median student's performance in that grade and in that classroom, and determine if that score signifies a need for class-wide reading intervention or not. So if you have not done your fall screening yet, and we know there are benefits to waiting for screening, you can look at your end of year screening, universal screening data. So if you've used Acadience or if you've used Ames Lab, look at your end of the year data. Find that median student's performance in the grade level that you'll be targeting and put that in the chat below. So is that student's performance well below, above benchmark? And then designate if that median student's performance signifies a need for class-wide reading intervention. So give folks a moment to do that, pull up their data. And maybe that's something you already know. You can focus, I was going to say, focus on the grade level for the student that you will be supporting this year. And where is that median falling? May take folks a moment to log into their data. Okay. 53%. So was your median student score, I'm guessing your median student score was above benchmark? How about some others? Taking and organizing your your class of students. Give folks another minute before I turn it over to Karen. So simply finding that median score, or if you are able to identify that, 70 or 80% of students are at or above benchmark, then on a particular measure on that screening, then you're likely good to move to tier 2 and tier 3. If your numbers are hovering around that 50% or below 50%, reaching benchmark or above benchmark, that probably is an indicator that there is a need for class-wide intervention. I'll continue to check the chat. I think oh, we've got some more coming in. All right, thank you. All right, the median student, okay, so 59th percentile. Great, here we go. It took folks a minute. I wanted to give some wait time. All right, I'm going to stop share while I read these and turn it over to Karen to get her screen share up. Okay. Okay. So 54%, we're pretty close there. 88% are at or above. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Karen at this point.
Hello, everybody. Jen, I should just let you know that my Zoom quit unexpectedly is keep coming.
Oh, no. At least we can hear you. Uh-oh. No, she's still there. That's good. Do you want me to, I was going to say, there you go, Karen. Good. We can see your screen.
Okay. Yeah, I have the latest update, so I'm not sure why this is happening. But anyways, you've gone through your decision-making rules with your flow chart, and you're deciding whether you have a class-wide, grade level, school level problem. And even if you do class-wide intervention, you're going to have students who fall out into this tier 3 range. So I'm really going to be focusing on this tier 3 problem-solving process and how it really does take a team. And it's just super that you all are here together. And the more folks that you have here to hear this message, the better off that you're going to be. Because it does begin with a team. It begins with a cross-disciplinary team, which possesses unique complementary training experience and concentrated expertise. And not one person has it all. The reading specialist, the school psychologist, the administrator, whoever's on your team, does not one person have it all. So it's great that you all are here. So who are the members of the problem-solving team? This multidisciplinary team are people who we want to consider for the tier 3 problem-solving process, what you have here on the screen. So this, the asterisk denotes folks that are like a constant member on the problem-solving team. We have our building administrator. He or she has a good eye on what's going on throughout the building and all the students, and also many times is managing, the building schedule and frees up folks to meet. It's really important for that person to be there. We also have our school psychologist, who is an expert on data analysis, matching to intervention, behavior, really has a great skill set to be on that problem-solving team. We also have our school counselor, who is really adept with social programs that could be beneficial for our families and our students, as well as helping with some of those behavior and social emotional needs. Your literacy and your math specialists, of course, have expertise in instructional planning and also interventions and service delivery model. Many times there's a coordinator or a school improvement specialist that helps with this, because this building administrator has so many fires to put out on a given day that having somebody that's really focused on this process is super helpful, helping to maybe connect with the families, come up with a schedule for the day. Also can do some coaching and service delivery. The other folks that are on the team, the family member, will talk about how very important they are. But in the school, your general education teacher, your special education teacher, an ESL teacher, a speech and language pathologist, if it's literacy, would come into each of the individual meetings based on which student they're talking about and which student that they serve. So the family members are there from the very beginning, and this makes a very collective effort possible between home and school. It's also very inclusive, especially if down the road a potential MDE would be something that the whole team decides is appropriate. It's better having them up front instead of getting that phone call. Plus, the family member has all kinds of wonderful information about their student. They want to be involved in the process from the very beginning and see how this all unfolds. And then just a really good idea to have them there from the very beginning. So the tier 3 problem solving team meets regularly to evaluate individual student data. It is recommended that the data team meeting calendar is made up every so often. And here you can see we're giving you guidance here, not a recipe. That every 6 to 8 weeks, we would have a group of students that are receiving tier 3 services that we would meet around. to discuss how the students are doing once an instructional plan is met. So this cross-disciplinary team and the families are at these meetings. They last for about 30 to 45 minutes per student. And remember, we talked about that coordinator. You would have a day. This is just one way you can kind of, tackle this job, is you would have a day where you would have students lined up with family meetings every 30 to 45 minutes, where there's an individual student focus. You would be thinking about an integrated approach where you're looking at academics, behavior, and social emotional needs for that individual student. And you would use data sources that are reliable and valid to include progress monitoring and diagnostic assessments, all those things that Dr. Santoro talked about this morning, as measures to help inform an instructional plan based on the educator and family observations, as well as data. So we're going to share with you now some teaming protocols that can be used to help with this process. It's really important to document what you've come up with as far as instructional levels, what your plan is, how you're going to progress monitor, so everybody knows what the plan is and what the expectations are. So these protocols help us in our meetings, help to remain focused, and also to be efficient during the many levels of data analysis. So I'm going to share with you three. Two of them are on this screen, and the next one is on the next slide. Three options for you to help to document your process and plan. And if you think of process following form, your form is also going to help to inform how your actual family and team meetings go, your tier 3 problem solving meetings go. So I'm going to click on the first one. It is the SIRF, the screening and intervention record form. You may be familiar with this one. This is from the RTI Action Network. It's been around for a long time, developed by our Pennsylvania colleague, Dr. Joseph Kowaleski. So I'm just going to scroll down here. You can see there's wonderful resources here for you around tier 3 problem solving. And if you go right here, it says screening and information record form. And if you click on that, you will get, and I will pull it up here. It's coming up as a Word document, and I'll bring it right on over. You will get a screening form. It's bigger. That will take you through tier 1 data sources. We'll look at what's your percentage of students, the information that Dr. Kruder was going over with you about tier 1. And we also talk about tier 2, what are some strategies, logistics, and so forth. And then this one also gets into who are our tier 3, who are our students who are going to be identified for receiving tier 3, what are the measures, what are the scores, what are our goals, and what are the strategies and the people that are responsible for that. So that's a general form that takes you from a very broad to a narrow focus from tier 1 to tier 2 to tier 3. Another form that I want to share with you is the TIPS form, and you all might be familiar with the TIPS form. That's from the Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports website. And if you hit download resource, it'll come up. I'll just bring that over as well. This TIPS form is also very informative and very helpful. Here you have your team members, your agenda items, you have your overview of the content area that you're going to be focusing on, what are our measures, what data collection schedule we're going to be on. I really like this bottom part particularly here. Let me see if I can enable editing, see if that helps me out. Right here we have a problem statement, a goal and timeline, solution. We also talk about fidelity measures, and then also what's our outcome data? Did it work? So it kind of takes you through the problem solving process. Here's our problem. Here's our focus or our solution. These are the data we're going to collect, and then these are the data we're going to collect, and then here's the fidelity that we're going to look at. So this is an option for you as well if you want something to help you to organize. The next thing I'm going to be sharing with you is an actual annotated intensification plan as well. Let me get out of here. And let's take a look at this instructional intensification goal setting form. So this is also a problem solving form. All of these forms are in the handouts as blanks for you to be able to utilize. This one happens to be annotated, so you kind of get the gist a little bit of how that would work. So I'm just going to pull that up briefly for us. This is Riley from Patton. This is fictitious case study, but I'm just going to highlight what are the key areas, because regardless of what form you use, you want to hit these key areas. What's the current student performance level? What is our goal or our desired student performance? These are our current supports and intervention. These are the other supports that the student is receiving, such as speech or PT, or is receiving ESL services, or maybe they're receiving gifted support. We talk about the health and the attendance record of our student. And then we also collect the baseline data. Dr. Santoro talked about many diagnostic options for you, as well as other data sources that might be helpful. For example, this is how the student performed on our universal screening, a writing sample, a spelling inventory. These are our diagnostic assessments, a PAST or a core phonics survey. This student, a CTOP, the comprehensive test of phonological processing, was given. A WIAT was also given as well. And you can see that these have standard scores and percentile ranks, which gives you a really good idea pre-intervention. What are the current levels of achievement that the student has? Survey level assessment was also done to determine the best point for progress monitoring and also the instructional level. And then there was some behavioral data that was completed. After that is done, we want to come up with an intervention plan. Okay, the student has needs in phonics, oral reading fluency, student motivation and family support is an area that we're going to target. You can also see here that this is what we are going to be doing in our intervention plan. Who are the personnel that are going to be implementing the plan? And then how many days per week and how many minutes per day are we going to intervene? So there really isn't any question, right? For all the people that are on the team, what the plan is, right? When we can come back at that 6 to 8 weeks and also say, schools are very busy places. Did we do what we say we're going to do in order to determine an instructional response? So not lastly, we have what our progress monitoring measures are going to be, who's going to collect those data, how long is it going to be, and then a measurable goal statement is created. And if you need support with that, we certainly can help you out with that. And then these are the persons that are attending. So nobody expects anybody to have digested all that information at this point. That is in your handouts, but we thought it was important to go over some of those key areas for including in your problem-solving process. Okay, before I get into family engagement, maybe we can just put in the chat a yes or a no. Do you have a problem-solving form that you currently use to help drive your tier 3 problem-solving process? Okay. And that's okay, right? That's why you're here today, is to get resources and to learn. And just know that there are 3 different problem-solving forms that are available to you. And later in this training, Dr. Collins is going to help us to kind of synthesize all this, and so that you can kind of think about what your next steps are going to be. Some of you are using the SURF form, the TIPS form. Okay, we call it an advanced tier team form. That's awesome. So be thinking about your tier 3 problem solving process. If you don't have a form, you want to evaluate as a team which form you might want to use to help to drive your system and help to drive your processes. All right, and then you can see why it's really super important to have the family right there at the table. So that's the next section that I'm going to talk about, is tools for increasing family engagement. I want to thank my colleagues for helping to collect these tools. So the evidence is consistent, positive and convincing that families have a major influence on their children's achievement. So when the schools and the community and the families are working together, children tend to be doing better in school, stay in school longer, and they tend to like school more. So it's critical to engage those students in the process. And we've created a toolbox for you that is available here using this QR code or the URL that's on the bottom. However, they're all in the handouts that you have. So this is just another place that you can get them. So I'm going to be sharing with you 3 infographics from the National Center on Intensive Intervention and other resources to support families. And we'll start off with the first one. So the first one is share. What do parents know about Tier 3? Right? Probably not a whole lot at this point. And as educators, we tend to use a lot of educational jargon. This document here helps to tease out Tier 3 and make it more explicit, understandable. What are the terms? And you can notice from looking at this, it's who, what, where, when, and how kind of makes this whole intensive intervention, more digestible for parents and families. So it is helpful to assign a team member to outreach to families prior to this whole Tier 3 problem solving process, and then also reconnect with them to help to follow up with any additional questions. You'll also note that here on the slide is an MTS RTI brochure. Many schools will come up with a brochure that helps to articulate what MTSS is, and then what the Tier 3 problem solving process is, right? To include what does RTI mean. In the handouts is a sample MTSS RTI brochure that you can use. Feel free to look at it, copy, modify, create your own. It's also important that we invite parents to the table. Right from the very beginning, they are vested in their students. They have information that's important for us to know. This document provides questions for parents to consider before or during their child's problem-solving team meeting. It's the process is individualized and it takes time. So we want to make sure we get family input along the way. There's an invitation template also in your handouts. It's just a sample of an invitation letter to invite parents to families to the meetings. You can also make that your own as well. So those are also in the handouts. And then finally, we want to ask our families about information about their child. We want to highlight the fact that the MTSS process takes time and we need to address the child's unique needs. We want to encourage families to communicate frequently and to ask questions and remind them to celebrate progress towards their goals, even if the progress might be a little bit slower than expected, right? Sometimes we think we're going to have some pixie dust and all of a sudden we're going to have this growth spurt. And many times that can happen, but it might be that it's going to take, maybe a year or more for our students to close that achievement gap. And we'll talk about who are those Tier 3 students that are receiving Tier 3 services. What are some of those criteria? So we'll get to that in a little bit. The last thing I'd like to share with you, and I know that Maria is going to put some of these resources in the chat for us, are some high quality resources for families and schools. So I'm going to just click on the National Center on Improving Literacy here. And what you see here is a wonderful center of resources. It's a one-stop shop, not only for our parents and families, but schools and districts and our state agencies. Okay, so this is really comprehensive. Today, my section is focused on parents and families. I would highly encourage you to go ahead and look for schools and districts and get some wonderful brochures, information to help with your communication as well across your system. So if I click on parents and families here, you'll see that there's information on dyslexia. We talked a lot about that today. Beginning reading, information on Spanish, screening, how you can advocate for your student or child, partnerships that are created. Okay, here's Route to Reading, help your child fuel up. So some great brochures that are already made for you that you can use as outreach to your families, not only with the Tier 3 problem solving team, but but in general, how can we reach out to our families? Here's how we can tune up in the community. Families are really, really busy and we're at the grocery store, they might be at the laundromat. What are some literacy things that can be happening in our day-to-day functioning? And then we also have other recommended resources as well that can be utilized. Here's a whole section on literacy briefs. So potentially you're talking about phonics or phonemic awareness with some early readers, and you want to give parents some information on that. Go ahead and pick up the literacy brief and share that at the table. I'm sure the families would really appreciate that. There's videos and webinars, ask an expert, the state of dyslexia in the United States of America and where legislation is, in case you have some pretty savvy parents who would like to know all that information. This part here is called the Kid Zone. This is a safe place that families can allow their students to listen, read books, and play games around literacy. So if you're wanting to see how parents can be involved, you can, through your Tier 3 problem solving process and having your families there, can suggest some things on this Kid Zone that you know that are safe, that's going to help support all your efforts at school. So I really encourage you to go ahead into this Kid Zone. I know I'm kind of teasing you here because we don't have a lot of time, but here we have books to read, books to listen to, and then we also have games to play. And you can see that everything is broken down by age group, type, and so forth. So we encourage you to, explore the Center on MTSS, the National Center on Learning Disabilities, the Peel Center, and the Lead for Literacy Center, all wonderful sites to support your family engagement. So at this time, I'm going to move this over here and I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind, and I know you haven't had a lot of time to process this as a team, but what are 1 to 2 steps that you think that your Tier 3 team can take this year to facilitate family engagement within the problem-solving process? And if you wouldn't mind putting that in the chat, we'd love to hear what you think you might want to do. We talked about sending some brochures home, inviting parents, getting information about what's going on at home, communicating through a brochure, sharing some of the resources. What do you think you might want to do? Hey, look at all these wonderful ideas that folks are putting in the chat. Thank you. I'm seeing brochures. We need to get parents back to school, right? With COVID, things were maybe changed. Reach out to preschools, letters, informational videos, right? Look at technology as ways to communicate as well. Websites with links for resources. Appreciate all of that. And I'm going to continue to read those as I have Jen share her screen. Excuse me. Let me just stop my share here. Thank you. And then Dr. Collins will be moving along.
Thanks, Karen. I'm thinking with the time, it might be good to take a 15-minute break. So why don't we come back at 2:32 or so, and we will then phase into just a brief clip on intensive intervention, and then beginning to differentiate between what you currently have in place at a Tier 2 level versus a Tier 3 level. So why don't we take a break and come back at 2:33, and so we'll see you at 2:33. I have 2:33. My colleague Sherry Hartman advertised some sessions that will be upcoming around resource reviews for NCIL, the National Center on Improving Literacy, which Karen did a really nice job of giving you some exposure to. This would be a more in-depth review of that center. If you're wanting to join, we'll be offering those monthly, as well as NCII, the National Center for Intensive Intervention. It's one thing for us to recommend those centers. It's another to take some time to do a deeper dive. And so we will be offering those monthly if you and or team are interested, and we will record those as well. So I want to thank Erica for doing a nice job giving us an in-depth review of class-wide intervention. I noticed a few of you in terms of data would be candidates for considering class-wide reading intervention. And so I mentioned that in the chat that Matt Burns' session and the materials are posted on Pat and YouTube. The fluency and paragraph shrinking is a 2 to 3 week intervention. It's not too late. And there are always legitimate concerns about buy-in. And the recommendation is also to find 1 or 2 teachers who are willing to do it. And then really creating success and scaling of those practices to other teachers in the grade level. And I want to thank Karen for going over the who, what, why, when, and where of Tier 3 teaming and getting together with families, such an important component. So now we're going to segue into intensive intervention. And we often get questions like, what is the difference between Tier 3 intervention and specially designed instruction once a student is identified? And so we're hoping that by the end of today, you'll be able to answer that question for yourselves. And we're happy to talk a little bit more about that. Also, this notion about, are students with disabilities included within Tier 3 practices and class-wide intervention for that matter, is that appropriate? And the answer is absolutely fundamentally yes. So multi-tiered systems of support are for all students, including students with disabilities. And we do have to be cognizant of the extent to which we are including all students, including students with disabilities, not just within universal screening and progress monitoring practices, but also within this continuum of supports and services that exist, starting with standards aligned core instruction. So let me just play this clip, and if you have any thoughts after watching the clip, feel free to put them in the chat. We want to know what you're thinking. So here we go. It's just 1 minute and 35 seconds or so.
What we know about students with disabilities, even kids with the most intensive cognitive challenges, is that they can all make progress. All students can learn and can make improvement from where they are starting. And so this approach and this focus on intensive intervention is really about helping move the bar for kids to the extent that we can. Students with disabilities on the whole have really had very flat achievement when we look at the National Assessment of Educational Progress. Proficiency rates for students overall hover around 30%, and that number has gone up over these last 15 years. Whereas when we look at students with disabilities at 4th and 8th grade in reading and math, the proficiency rates hover around 10%. As these students get older and we start looking at things like graduation, post-secondary outcomes, incarceration rates, and so on, also the numbers are much more dismal. And there has been more recently a focus on making sure all students make progress towards standards. And so I think sometimes that gets interpreted to mean we have to teach all students the same way because we have to get them to the same place. There is no such thing as an acceptable failure rate, and that this is a group of kids where we need to continue to look at data and individualize our instruction so that we can get these students closer to where we want them to be, and so that their performance is more in line with that of their peers.
Okay, so as I'm getting back to the PowerPoint, any thoughts? Was there anything that you heard that resonated with you? So as you think about your current multi-tiered system of support and inclusive practices and growth, particularly for students with disabilities who, for all intents and purposes, are the number one group of students who are at risk for not graduating on time and at risk for dropout, kids with emotional disabilities, followed by kids with learning disabilities. What are some thoughts that you have? Do we have a seamless system of support? Are we still working to include kids with disabilities? Where are you? Great, thank you, Ashley. Megan, nice. No acceptable rate of failure. Powerful. Great, Colleen. All students make progress. Great. And ultimately, what the RTI process should do is inform specially designed instruction if and when certain kids are referred for an SLD determination in this case. So this idea of experimenting with pouring in different medicine should be a documentation of what has worked for that individual and what has not worked, so that when we develop the IEP, we're able to reflect on this process and be able to tease out things that are going to lend themselves to continued growth for that student, or at least more acceptable patterns of growth for that student. So I hope that makes sense. So I'm going to go to the next slide, which is now an exercise for you. I think what we had envisioned is that independently, we have some time to read this article, which is called Distinguishing Between Tier 2 and Tier 3 Instruction Intervention. It's can be accessible through the National Center for Intensive Intervention, but I'll copy this link and put it in the chat for you. So I have the directions on the left-hand side. You're going to put the link into your browser. It's the fastest way to get access to the article, and we'll give you about 10 minutes to read it. You may not get through all of it, but if you can, get to the meat of it, which is in the summary section, of course, that would be great. And then what we'll do is give you an opportunity to meet with your team to actually make your practices and processes at the Tier 2 and Tier 3 levels a little more concrete through a little bit of a rating scale. So we'll do step 1 first, and then when you come back, if you would show your camera, that'll tell me that everyone is back. We'll give it about 10 minutes. We'll look for people to come back around 2:50, and then we'll go into breakout rooms. So let me put this link in the chat. And this is also in your handouts, but for time purposes, this here. And so if you copy and paste this into your browser, and we'll be quiet and go ahead and give you time to digest that. See you at 2:50. I'm just going to politely request that you stop where you are in the article. And what we're going to do next is Sherry's going to put you in breakout rooms by teams. And there are 2 tiny URLs in the chat. The first is a summary of what you've read, because we know there isn't enough time to read that whole article. So it's a summary of what you've read for you all to review as a team, and then complete as much as you can of the rating scale regarding your Tier 2 versus your Tier 3 supports as you can. So we're going to give 10 minutes for this. So unfortunately, we don't have all day to team, but this should get you started in terms of, a vision for your next steps regarding Tier 2 versus Tier 3 services. So Sherry, if you put everyone into breakout rooms, again, all you're going to do is copy the 2 tiny URLs from the chat into your server, and you'll be able to look at those one at a time. So Sherry, we'll get everyone to breakout rooms and then return everyone to the main room at, let's say, 3:01.
Okay, sounds good. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you, Sherry. So in the chat, if you could, and again, we know you didn't have a lot of time, but when you think about your current fidelity of Tier 3 supports and services, if you were to implement them to the nth degree, where are you on a scale of 1 to 3? 1 being we haven't even gotten there yet. 3 being we really feel good about the fidelity of our Tier 3 supports and services. 2 being somewhere in between. Are you at a 1, 2, or 3 based on some of the information you've gleaned about Tier 3 so far? 1, 2, or 3? Erica's nodding. I hope that's good. Do we see 2s and 3s?
Mhm.
2s, good.
Mhm.
Good. Okay, thank you. We're going to move now into some features of instructional intensification, and Lena did that to some extent. We're going to build on that. And so this is a list of things that should be embedded within lesson design and delivery and are particularly important when you're delivering tier 3 supports and services. So just take a look at those. And again, in the chat, put in the chat things that one thing that definitely is in place that you do or see, and then one area that might need some attention. So what is definitely part of your design and delivery at tier 3, if in fact you provide tier 3 supports and services, and what might you want to get better at? And Eric or somebody, if you could, one of our facilitators, if you could shout those out, that would be great. We're going to get set up for a video while that's happening.
Jen, I see student verbalization is frequently done.
Great. Okay, can you all see my screen? You should see a very lovely young lady. Okay, so this is a 2nd grade example of ECRI, Enhanced Core Reading Instruction, and we know some of the LEAs that are on the call today are doing ECRI, but we wanted to give you a video-based example of explicit design and delivery of reading instruction. And so here's just a little snippet. We're not going to be able to play all of this, but just a couple of minutes for you to at least get a sense of what enhanced core reading instruction looks like, sounds like, and feels like.
Laura Reynolds, I teach 2nd grade, and we just did the ECRI routines using Journey's material. We are going to learn some new things. It's me, my turn first. Word, some, spell, S-O-M-E, word, some. My turn, word. 2, spell, T-O, word. 2, your turn, word. Spell. Word. Word. Word some. Is there any sound in the word some that is not predictable? So something that we don't expect it to say. The O says in the word some. So we're going to put our heart over top of that. What's our heart sound in the word some? Gracie. The E is silent, you're right. So that's another part of our something that we have to memorize by heart. Can you repeat what Xavier said about our heart sound in the word some? O says O. What would we expect an O to say with a silent E at the end? Oh, very good. That's why it's a heart sound. We have to memorize it by heart. So in the word some, the O is our heart sound that says in the word some, the heart sound is says oh, that says very good. Let's look at the word 2. Heart comes the word 2. Matthew. The O says ooh. Let's talk about this. Look at the syllable of this. Show me. It's open. So what would we expect an open syllable O to say? Oh, very good. So that's why it's our heart sound, like Matthew said. The O in 2 says id. What's the O say in 2? Id. Very nice job. How about another? This is a review word for us. Add to that. Visual. Wow, very good. So our A says word another. Aiden. The O says The O also says very good. So the O also says we have two hard sounds in the word another's. Everything else predictable. Yes, it all said what we expected to say. Let's look at the word far. Any hard sounds in the word far, something that's not predictable. I know you guys always want to tell me if you know this. Go ahead. Let's look at this. We have far, far. Is A by itself in this word? Yeah. Who can explain that to us? Evan? The AR. The A is silent. It's not silent. You're right, AR. I like that you put AR together. Harper? Nice job. All right, let's move on and let's read some whole words, my friends. It's going to be Mrs. Reynolds' turn first. My turn. Word. Some. Word. Two. Your turn. Word. Some. Word. Two. Word. Word.
Okay. Erica, I think you are next. If you want more information related to ECRI, because we mentioned it so much, and I'm sure Dr. Santoro mentioned it as well, there's a link there that will take you to enhanced core reading instruction, efficacy studies and information. And just so you're aware, we just got a grant in Pennsylvania where a number of schools will be trained to implement ECRI, and then current studies are underway between treatment and control groups around ECRI as well. So Pennsylvania is a pretty big state right now when it comes to enhanced core reading instruction, and so you may want to take a look and investigate more, but that gives you at least a little bit of a taste of the essence of ECRI, which is explicit core reading instruction through embedded routines within comprehensive core reading lessons. Thanks, Erica. Did I stop sharing?
Yep.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. All right. So when we look at any intervention, whether it's core, whether it's tier 2, whether it's tier 3, it's really important that we are getting that great instructional alignment. And so we're going to do a little bit of revisiting of the instructional hierarchy relative to tier 3. If you've heard of the instructional hierarchy, go ahead and post a yes or a Y in the chat. If you've not heard of this, put a no or an N in the chat while I continue. It'll just be helpful. I think it's one of the most powerful things in education, really. So we're going to talk about educational, okay, seeing a little mix there. We're going to talk about how we look at academic skill progression and the stages of learning, and then how we match our instructional approach to where a student or groups of students academic skills are and within which stage of learning. So when we look at the instructional hierarchy, we're going to break down skill development into those stages of learning with our corresponding approaches of instruction to best address skill development in that stage. Just going to check. Got some yeses, some no's, a lot of no's. Okay. All right. So have you ever seen this happen with your tiered support services? Maybe you don't have the right alignment, and so students aren't making growth. We talked about looking at data at tier 1. We also want to look and ensure that high percentages of students who are receiving tier 2 and tier 3 supports are also making growth and making progress with those interventions. When we don't align skill development with appropriate corresponding instructional approaches, we'll talk about this in a moment, but let's say there's a student who's at the frustration level and needs an acquisition level, but we provide them with a fluency building intervention instead of an acquisition intervention. We don't see the growth in student performance as we would whenever we have it aligned to where the student's skill progression is in the learning stage. And Burns et al., they actually ran some studies where they did instructional mismatches on purpose. Student who was ready to build fluency, they gave them acquisition interventions. They didn't make growth. Likewise, students who were at an acquisition level, given fluency building interventions, they didn't make growth. And so that alignment is really essential when we're looking at intervention match. So what does that mean exactly? If in the learning hierarchy, a student is at an acquisition stage, they make a lot of errors and they're pretty slow. And so what this means is they really haven't had enough help. And so our approach when a student is inaccurate and slow in their responses on a particular skill, they need more help. They need more teacher help. If a student starts to get pretty accurate, but they're slow, they need more opportunities to practice. And so this is when things like some independent practice come into play, as we'll talk about in a moment. And if a student has become fluent with that skill, they move on in that progression. They haven't had to do it that way before. And so they're ready to generalize that skill to other areas, make adaptations to it in other contexts. So I like to use this example when I talk about the instructional hierarchy. Many of you have driven cars, right? And so when we're brand new at driving, we don't give someone the keys to a sports car and put them on the Pennsylvania Turnpike and tell them to go as fast as they can. We're giving a lot of practice, right? We're showing them how to do that. We're starting off small. We're gradually releasing that support. As you got a little bit better with driving, then you were ready to take your test. You had some more practice, some independent practice, and hopefully you reached a point where you mastered it. And so now we're all probably really skilled drivers. We've mastered the skill of driving. I know I have a little bit of a commute when I go to the Harrisburg office, but it's just so automatic to me. I forget how I even got there because I'm just so automatic with those skills. But the only way we would make growth with driving after we've mastered that skill, we maybe haven't had to do it that way before, if we all went to Europe and England and we had to learn to drive a car with the steering wheel and everything on the other side of the road. And then we would make some growth. But all of us who have been driving for a number of years, if we went out in the parking lot and someone showed us, here's where the key goes, or here's where you push the button to turn on your car, here's how you put it in gear, here's the gas and the brake, we're not going to make growth. The only way, once you've kind of mastered that skill, is generalizing that skill to other areas, driving different places for work, or making adaptations. Hey, you've got to drive in England on the other side of the road. But we can think about learning as following this progression, no matter the skill, whether it's reading, whether it's math, whether it's driving. So if students are in the acquisition phase, they're really inaccurate. They make a lot of errors and they tend to be slow. These aren't the students that we would, if we think about our driving analogy, we wouldn't want to put them on the highway and have them go fast. So our goal at this stage of learning is to repeat the skill consistently and accurately to help them build that accuracy so they can move on in the progression. So our instructional approaches are going to be things that target and support acquisition. We're going to provide more explicit modeling. We're going to provide guided practice, immediate corrective feedback. We're going to use a lot of modeling. Praise and encouragement, think alouds. We use this a lot in math, talking about our mathematical thinking. But those are our instructional approaches whenever a student is in the acquisition phase. Students who are ready to start building fluency, they're accurate in their responses, but they're pretty slow. So our goal is to help them maintain that accuracy, but become a little bit more automatic and increase their speed with that skill. And so this is where independent practice comes in. We are really increasing the opportunities to respond. We're giving students feedback on their fluency and accuracy. We're providing praise and encouragement. One of the things that often happens is students may be sent home homework when they're in an acquisition stage and they're not quite ready for that independent practice yet, which leads to frustration from the student, from the parents. And so when we think about the homework, It really should be whenever students need that little burst of practice, they can independently perform the skill. Then as we move to generalization, the student needs to work on, they're not able to apply that learning to a novel situation or setting. So our driving, we know how to drive to work every day, but we have to drive somewhere different. So we want to be able to apply that skill to all situations. Hopefully we can do that. Sometimes we need our GPS, but the same thing for students, whether they're learning reading or math. And so our instructional approaches might be helping students to discriminate between similar tasks, a differentiation between similar tasks. We want to help them use that target skill regularly across different content areas or contexts. We're providing encouragement, praise, reinforcement throughout. And then we want to provide opportunities to review and practice that skill. And so this might be, we sometimes talk about retrieval practice. This is where retrieval practice comes in. It helps with maintenance as well. And then finally, adaptation. Students are very fluent, very accurate with the skills. We want to continue their acceleration with no exit criteria. And so academically, this is where we might introduce self-regulation techniques, schema-based instruction, simulations, practice that skill in new situations. And so our instructional approach is really important to be aligned to where the student or groups of students are in their stages of learning. So a number of researchers have looked at reading and math data specifically and have aligned interventions, give us some good guidelines as to what type of intervention should we use when. So Dr. Santoro did a really great job this morning, when we do diagnostic assessments, drilling down and matching the content of the intervention based on need. We also want to think about where student stages of learning fall. And so for reading, for students who are slow with poor accuracy, so we have, oral reading fluency that can vary across the grade levels depending on, the grade level you're supporting. And a second grade is typically about 90 words correct per minute, but also less than 93% accuracy. Their mastery of those sub skills is below 90%. Then we're going to want to use acquisition type interventions, explicit modeling, frequent feedback. When in reading, when students are ready for a fluency building intervention, they're slower reading, but their accuracy is pretty good, falling between 93 and 97%, reading that percentage of words accurately in a passage, and they're mastering prerequisite sub skills at greater than 90%. They're ready for fluency building. Generalization, they're ready to generalize those skills to other areas. We want reading rate, at those, second grade or above 90 words correct per minute with at least 97% accuracy. We've got a student who's got good solid skills there. They're ready to move into generalization and then adaptation. Math, computation, there's just some different ranges for elementary students. We really are looking at numbers and operations, computation as how we are aligning our interventions for math. So you can see digits correct per minute. A student is administered a math probe, often their time for 2 minutes, then we divide by 2. But based on different grade levels, just some broad guidelines for computation, where they might fall within the instructional hierarchy. So if we have a second grader, for example, we'll keep our second grade example. If we have a student who's at 12 digits correct per minute, we probably need to do some more acquisition work with that student. We're getting in that 14 to 31 digits correct per minute. Then the student is ready to do fluency, worksheets, for example, to give them more practice. And then once they reach that mastery criterion of 32 digits correct per minute, then we're able to help them generalize those skills elsewhere. And so those are just some broad guidelines, but it's really helpful to know where students fall with regard to their stages of learning. And so while we'd like to find that responsiveness to the core program at tier 1, And our class-wide intervention, tier 1.5, we like to call it, for some students, that same level of instruction is not successful and helping them achieve the minimal levels of expected competency in a particular skill area. All children should be receiving tier 1 supports, but those children in need of supplemental intervention receive additional instruction at tier 2 and tier 3. And the video you just saw of ECRI is a nice example of those routines and helping to intensify tier 1. So when we look at advanced tiers for students who are falling below expected levels of accomplishment or those benchmarks and are still at some risk for academic failure, but who may be above levels considered to indicate high risk for failure, we want to look at, what are the assessment processes that identified students being in need of increasing levels of instructional intensity. We're looking at our screening tools. But we are looking at ways that we can intensify core instruction. And so we've spent some time today talking about that teacher to student ratio. We can increase teacher to student ratio. We can increase the dosage or the amount of time. Maybe, it is five times a week, 20 minutes a day. And maybe we increase that 5 times a week, 30 minutes per day. We're increasing the frequency with our formative assessment. We're doing that more often. Purposeful content focus, instead of focusing on too many broad areas, we are focusing on the areas that are biggest priority, that maybe narrowing that focus. We are increasing the explicitness of our instruction, as well as the explicitness of teacher direction to help students learn those skills. We'll look at increasing strategy instruction, very explicit ways to be able to engage in problem solving, for example, and we're also increasing response opportunities. There is a handout. I'm going to pop in the handout here in your handouts for today. And so I think what we're going to do at this point, we're going to review these a little bit. If you get in your handout drive, it is titled Increasing Levels of Instructional Intensity for Struggling Learners Final, and it is on this Google Doc. So, as we think about instructional intensification, this helps us support all students with equitable practices. All students have access and opportunity. We are using our information on intensification to help inform families and educators on student progress. We can think about intensification as instruction that is more explicit, systematic, and targeted to help maximize learning for students who have not met the benchmark goals. It helps us to accelerate students in their work, and it helps us to close that gap at a more ambitious rate. So there are a couple examples I'm going to read through here, and just to be efficient with time, instead of doing breakout rooms, I'm going to pop this back up here real quick. I'm going to show each example, and I'll tell everyone when to post in the chat. We'll do a chat waterfall. I like that term. I heard someone, I didn't make that up. Someone else made that up. But when I read the strategy, if you think it's acquisition, put A, if that would be something that we would use to help a student who is in the acquisition stage of learning. If you think it's fluency, if that is an intensification technique that we would use for a student who needs to build fluency, put an F. And then we'll just put G to include generalization adaptation. If that's something you would think best fits for generalization or adaptation, put a G. So you'll put A, F, or G in the chat when I tell you to post for each one. Okay, so let's try this together. All right. So if we are looking at intensifying student to teacher ratio, do you think that would be A, acquisition, F for fluency, or G, generalization? And 3, 2, 1, post. All right, great. All right, I'm seeing a lot of A's. Yes. So we are going to intensify instruction for students who need that smaller ratio. And Jen shared some examples this morning. You know, that 3 seems to be a really sweet spot. All right, next way we can look at increasing levels of instructional intensity, the amount of time. And so at minimum tier 1, 90 minutes of core reading, core math. But as we increase that time for students who are having difficulty based on data, if we're moving up there and increasing that time, 45 to 60 minutes of supplemental instruction each week, would you say we would want to do that for students in an acquisition, fluency, or generalization? 3, 2, 1, post. Good. All right, great. Seeing a lot of A's. Absolutely. So, and it could be a little bit of F. We may do a little bit of fluency building in that tier 3 when students are ready. Great. Some of these may cross a little bit into other areas. All right, next pillar, formative assessment. So we are using formative assessment. We are increasing that. Looks like there's a link to a Padlet in there for different formative assessment tools. So we are increasing the frequency with which we use formative assessment. What would you say? A, F, or G? 3, 2, 1, post. Good. Also seeing a lot of A's in there, primarily used for acquisition. Fluency is not wrong, but we may not use it as often whenever the students are accurate. They just need more practice. All right, good. Next one, purposeful content focus. And as we move up to tier 3, more strategically structured, targeted remediation intervention programs based on individual level needs. What would you say there? Acquisition, fluency, or generalization? 3, 2, 1, post. I see an A, so we'll go with that. Acquisition, some of the remediation intervention programs may have a little bit of fluency building, and they're going to heavily be focused on acquisition, but there may be a little bit of fluency practice with those foundational skills students are working on. So heavily A, maybe a hint of F built in there. Okay, explicitness and teacher direction. So we are providing direct error correction procedures. That word is what word? We're providing more intensive guided practice during We Do. We're making sure that individual students are at least 80% successful on new material and 90% successful in review material. We're providing clear explanations and demonstrations of the instructional target. Go ahead and 3, 2, 1. What do you think? A for acquisition, F for fluency, G for generalization. Okay. Excellent. Yep, this is a hallmark characteristic of acquisition. Excellent. All right. Next one, strategy instruction. We are intensifying instruction by explicitly teaching strategies. Explicit and systematic teaching through modeling and guided practice with feedback that might give you some clues there. One or more task-specific strategies with the eventual use or the eventual goal of independent use of the strategy. There are a couple different examples in there. Strategic instruction model SIM out of University of Kansas, for example. What do you guys think? A for acquisition, F for fluency, M for mastery. 3, 2, 1, post. Okay, great. Seeing some more A's. Excellent. All right. And last one here, response opportunities. So we are having students provide opportunities. We're giving them opportunities to respond within a set time period to respond to teacher questions. It helps to promote engagement. This might be where we use response cards. This might be in math where we use worksheets with similar type problems. Choral responding, maybe we're having students read aloud for us. A, F, or G. 3, 2, 1, post. Got it. Excellent. So we would use that as students are accurate, but they're not quite quick enough with the skill. This is when we give more opportunities to practice. All right. Great work. Okay, and at this point, I'm going to turn it over stop screen share. All right, thanks everyone. Great participation in that. Great job. Give yourselves a round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. And I know we're coming into the home stretch here, and I know we go to 4:15. So we have some engagement strategies coming up here in addition to what Erica has shared with us today. So hang in there with us. We are going to have some fun here, and then we're going to have some also time to process a lot of what you've already heard today. So we've already talked about with Dr. Santoro and then throughout the presentation, when you think about a candidate for Tier 3, let me just change my setting here for you. When we think about a candidate for Tier 3, we're looking for students who have severe and intense academic or behavioral style challenges. And I know from working with teams in the past that sometimes that can be a little bit confusing. Sometimes teams would pick students that are falling in that yellow range, just falling below benchmark, 6 months below. That's not quite the severity and intensity that we're typically looking for a student who's in that Tier 3 range. Generally speaking, we're looking at students falling in that red range or that well below benchmark range, falling at the 15th percentile or below. It could be a student who's come in right at that level, or it could be a student who has inadequate response to core instruction and supplemental intervention in that class-wide Tier 1.5 or that Tier 2 as well. And we are looking at students who are not reaching above typical growth. Thinking about if we grow a year for a year and I'm at the 15th percentile of achievement, and I'm starting first grade at 15th percentile of achievement, and I grow a year for a year, I'm still going to be at the 15th percentile of achievement going into second grade. And we don't want that to happen. We want to close that achievement gap. So we need to make above typical growth. And if we have a student who's a Tier 3 candidate, we aren't getting that above typical progress that we need to move the student out of that well below benchmark range. These are review at this point. When we're talking about understanding of the Tier 3 problem solving process, it's a process, it's not an event, it's not a program. It requires the team to consider a number of variables to manipulate. We're meeting with families, we're looking at the students' responsiveness to intervention, looking at reliable and valid data sources, and we're looking at the integration of academics, behavior, and social emotional needs and methodologies. We talked about the different data planning tools that you could use. We want to clearly document the who, what, where, when, and why, and how that's going to be happening in our process. And generally speaking, it's delivered in small groups daily. And we need to consider the linguistic and cultural supports that are needed to support all of our students. So basically, it's a malleable process, right, where practitioners are modifying the intensity of the delivery and modifying the methodology as learning needs change or dictate those changes. And our progress monitoring is going to be our barometer as to when we have enough intensity. What I'm sharing with you today is the data-based individualized process. This is from the National Center on Intensive Intervention, and in your handouts is a detailed document that explains this process. I'm just going to basically share what this process is, and then talk about the problem-solving process that we have in Pennsylvania that is highly aligned with this DBI process. So you can see here at the top, we have a validated intervention program that we've been trying out with our tier 2. It's standard protocol. It's that secondary intervention, and we're progress monitoring. And the student is either going to be responsive to that intervention or non-responsive to the intervention. If it's responsive with our progress monitoring, we're going to keep going. We're going to follow that pace. If we're getting that above typical progress, we're good to go. But if we're not getting the response that we're looking for, we're going to be looking at diagnostic data sources. And Dr. Santoro talked about multiple data sources that we can use. Maybe it's the CTOP2, the Comprehensive Test of Phonological Processing. Maybe it's the TILS, the Test of Integrated Literacy and Language and Literacy. So we're going to be looking at more diagnostic data sources to help to make an intervention plan. Once we make that intervention plan, we're going to make some adaptations to that plan to make sure that we are getting the response that we need. We're going to progress monitor. If we are responsive, we're going to just keep going with that progress monitoring and that intervention plan. But if we don't get the response that we want, we're going to go back to the drawing board, go back to our diagnostic data sources, and we would do an intervention adaptation at that time and continue progress monitoring as well. Again, you have a handout that goes into the DBI process or the data-based individualized process, but really it's the tier 3 problem-solving process. So here we have our problem identification step where we are looking to see what is our identified problem. We look at problem analysis by looking at that diagnostic data. We develop an adequate intensive plan, which is our intervention adaptation. And then we plan that implementation, and then we evaluate our the student's response based on our intervention and our efforts based on our progress monitoring data. Okay, so those are basically the problem-solving process layered onto this DBI process. And we're going to move on now, and you have these slides here to help you. We're going to give you an opportunity now to kind of reflect on your problem-solving process steps. In order to do that, I'm going to ask that we do some annotation. So a little bit of fun at the end of the day. In your Zoom controls, you do have an annotate button there. It's got a little pencil there. And then when you click on that, you get all of these options. I'm going to ask you to look for your stamp icon there. And with that stamp icon, you get a check mark, a heart, you might get a star. You can choose any stamp that you would like for this next couple of activities. So I do have a activity here just for practice before we get started into our process. So thinking about your MTSS triangle, here on the left-hand side, you have your typical 80, 15, 5 percentages. On the next slide, you have an upside down triangle. Maybe you have more students that are falling in that intensive range. In the middle, you kind of have a diamond here where you don't have a lot of students in the intense range or on benchmark, but you have a lot of kids in the middle. And then the right-hand side, you kind of have a process that's not really solidified too much. So go ahead and take your stamp and just kind of think about your universal screening data that you looked at with Dr. Karuter when you were looking at class-wide intervention, and think to yourself, okay, is our triangle really a lot of kids at benchmark, 80%, 15, 5? Do we have lots of kids up here in that tier 3 range? Or do we have a lot of our kids falling just below benchmark, or we kind of have a ball of yarn here? So go ahead and use your stamping tool and go ahead and stamp there. We have Debbie who's stamped there. We've got a lot of people in that, or 2 people in that column. Good. Okay. We have about 10 responses. If you're unable to use the annotate feature, feel free to put your answer in the chat. We thank you for your participation here. Okay, so if we're seeing a lot of folks who've got that upside down triangle, right? We're looking at class-wide intervention as a first step, knowing that we're also going to have students that are going to need those intensive supports. All right, thank you, Sherry, for clearing that for me. So we're going to use this annotate feature in the next exercise to help talk about this problem-solving process. All right. So we talked briefly about database individualization, and Dr. Santoro had about 7 steps for her tier 3 problem-solving process. We've kind of condensed it into 5 here. So this is the tier 3 problem-solving process really in a nutshell. We're going to deliver evidence-based practices with fidelity that are matched to student need, right? We're going to be looking at all of the data sources to determine what is the area of need. Is it a student who's got profile 1, 2, or 3, right? We're going to come up with, we're going to collect progress monitoring data weekly. On a weekly basis, we're going to match that progress monitoring to the instructional focus. We're going to gather those reliable and valid diagnostic achievement data that directly inform instruction intervention. We're going to use that progress monitoring data to inform intervention and intensity and make any kinds of adaptations as needed. And then we're going to maintain this process until the student reaches the intended outcomes. So this is the tier 3 problem solving process in a nutshell. And we're going to talk about these 5 areas, and then we're going to have you evaluate your processes so that you can think about that just next step that you might need to make. All right. So you may have been delivering an evidence-based practice or program. It's a validated intervention, and a student may or not be responding. Okay. So we may think that we may need to switch our program, possibly abandon our program, and that might be true if we do not have the right instructional match. But many times there's other considerations that we can make for intensification. And I know Erica and Jen talked about that, and also Dr. Santoro as well. So addressing the group size to make it smaller. Thinking about the studies that Dr. Collins shared with us about tier 3 and adjusting that group size to 1 to 3 to make an effective group size. And possibly we want to consider adding more instructional time, like that additional 15 minutes, where maybe you're running a half hour of a phonics lesson, and you're adding some fluency practice on a more earlier skill. So here's an example. Drew will receive a total of 45 minutes of intervention per day rather than 30 minutes in a group of 3 rather than 5. So those are just some considerations that you can make, thinking about the intensification continuum that you have as options there. So thinking about evaluating your current processes. Are you delivering evidence-based practices, a validated intervention or program with increasing amount of intensity based on a student's response? So you would stamp here, generally speaking about your system, not individually, but generally thinking about your tier 3 problem solving process. Are you doing great at that? Are you kind of sort of doing it? Or do you think that's missing in action? So you'll annotate just like you did at the practice session. Or if you're not able to annotate, you can go ahead and put it in the chat. All right, so as far as delivering evidence-based validated interventions with increasing levels of intensity, we have our folks hitting that kind of sort of range. We have a team doing great, and none of us are missing an action. That's really encouraging. So we're here to tweak our processes to make them even better. All right, Let's go ahead and clear those if we don't mind. I really appreciate that. Let's talk about progress monitoring. So it's really important when we're progress monitoring to select measures that align to the skills that are being targeted. If you have a student who has basic phonics needs and you're working on that in your small group, you want to find a progress monitoring tool that would match with that. Particularly that might be nonsense word fluency or looking at accuracy rates or looking at accuracy rates on oral reading fluency, for example. You want to make sure that your progress monitoring tools are predictive of future success in a broader rather than narrow curricular domains. So that they are predictive of overall literacy achievement. We want to make sure that when we make our goals, that they're high but realistic goals. We talked about when we're setting goals that we want to have students make above typical progress. We don't want goals that are well above typical progress because those might not be attainable, but we want to set goals that are realistic. We don't want to set goals for just typical progress because that's not going to get us out of those yellow or red ranges. So we want to set high goals, and generally that above typical progress is that area to grow. And we can use our growth metrics, such as our pathways of progress. And in this case would be 4 green stars. And we can use rate of improvement depending on our system, which would be above the 50th percentile of growth. So thinking about progress monitoring, how is your system doing that? Are you monitoring and using data in a formative way to help determine the level of intensity? It's kind of like the Goldilocks principle. Do we have just the right enough intensity? Or do we have too much intensity or not enough intensity? So is that doing great? Is it kind of, sort of, or are we missing in action when it comes to our processes? So once again, when we're talking about progress monitoring at the tier 3 level, we are looking at progress monitoring on a weekly basis. Well, that's good news, right? We're still in that kind of sort of area. We're looking to refine our processes, but it's not like we haven't started. It's not like when we talk about progress monitoring, people are saying, what is progress monitoring? So we have it kind of sort of happening, but we might need to tighten up those practices. Okay. All right. Thank you. We can definitely erase those annotations. The next step is conducting diagnostic assessment. The goal is to get that right instructional fit for the student's needs. So we conduct diagnostic assessment to help determine those instructional needs. This is pre-intervention. So we talked a lot this morning about individually administered standardized measures to determine level of need, to show growth, and also to inform that instructional plan. And again, we had a lot of examples this morning. Again, the CTOP, the TILS, the PAL2 were just some examples. Survey level assessment is where one would test back to just the right level of progress monitoring so that we get at the student's instructional level and we're not monitoring too far that's too difficult for students. That also informs the instructional level. Core phonics measures and other measures like the PAST help to drive entry points for instruction. We look at error analysis of our progress monitoring booklets or other assessment probes or other sources to learn where the areas of strengths are and where the areas of needs are. And then our clinical teacher judgment and other formative assessments are important pieces of data to consider. So thinking about your tier 3 problem solving process, okay, how are we doing with conducting diagnostic assessment as a tool to inform the tier 3 plan? So take a look at your current process. Are you doing great with that? Kind of, sort of, or missing in action? And it's okay if some of these pieces aren't in place. That's why you're here. Okay, so it's we kind of have a diamond here. We have a bunch of folks doing great. We have a bunch of folks, we kind of have it across the board, missing in action and kind of, sort of. So this process is hopefully helping you to refine what areas that you want to think about for next steps. And then step 4 is making qualitative changes to the intervention that still preserve the fidelity of the instruction. And we've talked a lot today about response opportunities where we could use choral responding instead of raising our hand. Increased feedback. Do we give error correction in our feedback? And then do we help give feedback that moves the instruction forward? Do we increase modeling and amounts of guided practice where we do an I do, we do, you do model through direct explicit instruction? And increase use of graphics, manipulatives, and think alouds in the process? And are we adding areas to target? When you think about this morning with Dr. Santoro, she talked about an instructional diet that expand across Monday through Friday based on various needs. Okay, so are we targeting additional areas besides particularly one if that's a need? And then do we add contingencies for motivation, whether that be a token economy or graphing the students' own progress to help motivate students and to celebrate students' success? So the question here with adaptation of the intervention, we're doing that progress monitoring. Are we adapting our instruction without abandoning our processes to increase the students' response and get above typical growth? Okay. We want to make sure that we have alignment. The skill and the deficit is aligned. We want to make sure our tiered providers are communicating that attention to transfer. Tier 1 and tier 3 are talking maybe the same language, the same routines. Is the intervention incorporating those explicit instructional design? And then are we considering the supports for behavior and social emotional learning, which includes self-regulation, motivation, or other externalizing behaviors that we're seeing? Okay, so thinking about adaptations and qualitative changes or adjustments, is that something that we're doing? Are we looking at our data and making those adaptations when needed? Are we doing great on that? Kind of, sort of, or missing in action? Okay, that's a kind of, sort of thing that's happening. So we just want to be more attentive to our data and think about how we can do that. All right, and then we just want to make sure that we continue to progress monitor, apply those data decision rules, and make any continued adaptations as needed. So Jen, I'm going to kick it off back to you.
Okay, thank you, Karen. I think at this point, we're just going to probably move right into breakout rooms. What we do have for you in the next set of slides, Karen, if you could just show your screen, we'll just operate from your screen if that's okay. The next set of slides walks you through an elementary case study for reading, and then a secondary case study if you're interested. That's for you to kind of go back to and say, let's see how closely our process might match an actual process that we documented, just for reference. But in the meantime, how about if we go into breakout rooms and you think or talk with your team about a student you might manipulate responsiveness to intervention for between now and May, and know that there's the availability of your IU consultants, and in some cases patent for more intensive needs if you desire that. Why don't you talk about that and any takeaways from today? So you heard a lot of information from this morning and this afternoon. So we'll let you at least have a conversation for a good 15 minutes. And then the last 5 minutes, we'll walk you through the presentation template for May, because we're hoping that people will be able to share what they learned between now and then, and we'll finish our day out. So Sherry, if you could launch the breakout rooms, that would be great. And we'll at least give teams 15 minutes to process and kind of take next steps, whatever those might be.
Okay, I'm going to open all
chat your next steps after today's session. That would be great as it relates to tier 3. So would a representative from each team please put in the chat your next steps regarding tier 3? Is everyone back yet, Sherry? Sorry. There they are.
Yeah, I think so. They should be.
So would a representative from each team just, if you could, just quickly summarize what your next step is regarding tier 3 problem solving? It might be choosing a case study student. It might be, I'm not sure. Whatever it is, it's fine with us. Thank you, Miriam. Excellent. Great. John, thank you. Any other teams? Nice, very nice. Megan, Stephanie, thank you. Danielle, thank you. Okay, terrific. So one more note about tier 3 as you're looking forward, and that is to leverage your end of year data. So when you collect your benchmark data in spring, this can all be prepared for the following school year, meaning you mobilize those advanced tier supports for the neediest students pretty much week 1 of their next school year. And you look at how that year went in terms of growth for all students as a function of core and supplemental support. So leveraging that end of year data for heightened preparedness and infrastructure building and reflection on the enhancements that you made this year is going to be really, really critical as you move your processes and practices forward. So on that note, we are really looking forward to seeing you again in May. And what we have is a little template that Sherry's going to walk you through real quick so you can see what kinds of things we would be interested in you reporting out on and sharing with other teams so that we can all learn from each other. So Sherry, if you want to share your screen and show that template, and then after Sherry's finished with that, we're going to turn it over to Scott. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I thought you did see it. Can you see that? No.
Here we
Gotcha.
go.
Okay, here we go. Can you see it now? Okay, so if you notice, this is the template that is in your PM folder as well, in your handout folder. And this is just a place, I think it's a really nice collection tool for the data that you'll gather throughout the year. So if you look, it gives you a place to gather some of the data as far as how many students, the percentage of the students who are at benchmark, and those who needed some tier 3 support from the beginning of the year to the end of the year process. You have a place to select some of your team, to share your team members as well as your demographics, and then some of the health assessments, what you found in your data as well. And then thinking about those advanced tiers, what were some of those strengths that you noticed and some of those needs that you noticed? And then moving into that advanced tier, filling in some of that. I think you can populate that from your initial slide or your second slide as well. And then moving into your case study. And here's where you'll really kind of report on some of the pre and post information from your case study student from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, and fill out some of your achievement data that you collected. You'll notice that this has different kinds of screening data and progress monitoring data. And then what evidence-based methodologies did you use, as well as other supplemental interventions. And so in a nutshell, that's kind of it. And then I kind of end it with, what are your next steps for your student? to kind of move that forward? And then what are your needs in the area of tier 3 in moving forward into the following year? And so with that, I will kick it over to my colleague, Scott, who will wrap things up for the day.
That sounds great, Sherry. Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And I promise that I will be very brief. Oh, you know what? Is there another screen? Yes. Okay.
Oh, let me stop share. Sorry, Scott.
That's okay. It's all good. There we go. We're back in business. Okay. Can everybody see my screen? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. Okay. So what we want to do is we also want you to be aware that there is continuing support that goes along with this grant. So if you're interested in securing more training and technical assistance support, please reach out first to your MTSS consultant. And as always, our patent team is always available to you. Also, you'll see that Maria is going to be populating the chat with a link, and it's going to take you to a form site document. I'm just going to pull it up very brief, go over it a couple seconds with you. So this is actually for patent coaching supports, okay? And the purpose of the coaching is really to provide kind of like that just-in-time, short-term support to address identified needs, to help support the refinement of knowledge and skills in basically a non-evaluative manner, of course, and to assist in the identification of areas of need of interest and implement a plan to meet established goals. So you can refer to this document here. And when I take you to this next one. Also, only one person has to complete this survey. It's also going to be populated in our chat box for us. It's called the Implementation Commitment Survey.